Okay. Hi. Hello. It's Skycat Live. What's up, guys? It's 1:28 p.m. on Wednesday. It's 68 degrees out, and it's 107:25. That's January 7th, 2025. I am here to say hello and play some video games and stuff. I'm currently logging in 76 and GTA 5 and X4. We are loading all the games and everything, and I don't really have much to say other than I woke up to the wonderful news that ICE agents in Minnesota fucking shot some lady in the fucking face. And so let's get into that news cycle. I don't know if you could call what I do politics. I think it's more like alarmist rage bait reaction, and I don't think should ever be legitimate when it comes to politics or anything like that. But I mean, like all I do is watch as bad stuff happens. So I think I've got to restart my. I didn't get around to loading my different websites and stuff. There we go. And I got to make sure that my kick is up. It's not. I've got to re-kick it. Oh, well, that's okay. We're going to put it down and go up. There we go. Okay. And, yeah. And, oh, yeah, we're doing good. And now, I'm going to move forward. X4 76. No, wait, cancel. Oops, quit. Come to use settings account. September connections, gameplay, streaming quality, custom max bit rate 1920 120, adaptive VSync, VRR display is on, not detected, reflex HDR, all filter. Upscale is AI enhanced. I don't think there's anything here that's missing, but I'm noticing that, or well, no, I don't know. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. I'm noticing that when a game's up, you can't. When a game's up, you can't alt tab. So you can't move the mouse off the screen, which is good, both good and bad. I suppose I'm not complaining. Let's go take a look at my channel, and then I'm gonna tilt my monitor a little bit here and get ready for the day, and I'm gonna drop it off the big screen. There we go. Got some new Starfield mods to play with today. That'll be fun. We have been escorting all over this place, but I'm not doing my job. Yeah, this guy, I want to remove the fly and wait. Patrol. They have been killing ships in this area, huh? Crisscross, I want you to circle around me. Okay, now getting in, and we are making sure that I'm live. Yes, I am sure that I am live. There we go. And, okay. Oops, no wait. That stays there, but I'm trying to get to. And I had a bunch of stuff queued up, but it's gone now. Just gone. What happened to the shit I just queued? It's completely gone? Yeah, it's completely gone. ICE kills woman in her car. Teen house party gets busted.
Tell me what you like about Donald Trump.
Stop. Close player. Try again. Christmas is a wage slave trap. This is true. 1 hour crack cocaine specials. ICE violence went too far. Economics and ethics of the indie revival. Neural newscast. The Secretary of War demands Peter Thiel be released from the Park County Jail. David Horowitz taken hostage on live TV. Okay. Nazis get white supremacists get owned by hacktivist Power Ranger. Oh my god. ICE killed woman in her car.
ICE just killed an American woman in her car in Minneapolis today. I just finished today's show, which you're still gonna get here because there's a lot of news we have to dive through. And the details, they're still coming out because this just happened, but here's the setup. ICE officers were on a residential street and it looks like there were protesters there watching and recording. And a woman seemed to have her car in the middle of the road and she was approached by an ICE officer who told her to get the fuck out of the car. She then tried to back away a little before then going forward in her SUV. It's looking like she's trying to get away. And that's when on one of the videos we've seen, we see an officer near the left front of the car taking out his pistol and shooting her multiple times at essentially point blank range. The car then went a short distance before crashing into another parked car, and afterwards you had people just screaming.
You are criminals! You're criminals!
The authorities then moved to call 911 and the victim was pronounced dead. Right, again, this is still
What
developing.
happened?
There's
What'd you do?
not much we know other than she was a
What? You muted me somehow. Why?
U.S. citizen. Also, since
Oh, right, my keyboard's on. Right. BRB. Oh, damn it.
ICE killed this woman, more protesters have started to confront ICE agents and local officers on the scene, leading to tear gas being fired into the crowd. And eventually you saw there was a sizable police force there, although ICE and federal agents have since left. Right, and the reactions
Go
and
back.
near the left front of the car, taking out his pistol and shooting her multiple times at essentially point blank range. The car then went a short distance before crashing into another parked car, and
Why
afterwards
did you shoot this lady in the face? Your ICE agents, what's she gonna do? Gat you with an M15? Why did you shoot your fellow countrymen in the fucking face, you pig dog fucking effing piece of shit cocksucker traitors? What the fuck's wrong with you? You're traitors. You're killing your own fucking countrymen. It boils down to that. You killed your fellow Americans today. You should be hung in Times Square, you fucking traitor.
people just screaming.
You are criminals!
Fucking criminal traitors, you fucking traitors.
You're criminals!
Traitors attacking their own countrymen.
The authorities then moved to call 911 and the victim was pronounced dead. Right, again, this is still developing. There's not much we know other than she was a U.S. citizen. Also, since ICE killed this woman, more protesters have started to confront ICE agents and local officers on the scene, leading to tear gas being
Yeah, let's just kill ICE, huh? If you show up with your Gestapo tactics to come and take somebody away, black bag, why don't we just kill you on sight? You're not Americans, you're fucking traitors. We should just kill you on sight. I mean, you show up in Denver with your black bags, I'll fucking kill you. You understand? I'll fucking kill you.
Fired into the crowd. And eventually you saw there was a sizable police force there, although ICE and federal agents have since left.
Of course
Right,
there
the
was.
reactions and narratives here, depending on where you go, have been very different. Right,
Fuck,
the Trump
no,
administration
I'm
already
fairly sure there's, I'm a fucking fascist and I support this fascist killing of my fellow countrymen. Or everybody else who's just like, fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump, fuck the fucking shitty system, fuck their immigration, fuck their Gestapo, fuck their fucking ICE, and fuck their traitorism. Ugh.
justifying the officers' actions, with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem saying at a conference.
ICE officers were out in enforcement action.
Why do you guys look like you're in some fucking war and you're dodging snipers? You're in America, in Arizona or something, you fucking brain dead piece of shit, hick, traitor, moron. What the fuck's wrong with you? Well, come on, snipers, where are you? You're all dressed up in ghillie suits and stupid ass shit like you're fighting some war without us. I want to know where our snipers are. I mean, Jesus
They
Christ.
got stuck in the snow. because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively
Shot her in the face?
to protect himself
Shot her
and
in
the
the
people
face?
around him. And my
An unarmed
understanding
woman?
is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such.
With many not surprised or going with that argument, as there is precedent for defending officers who use deadly force when a car is heading towards them in some way, even at slow
Oh
speed.
my
But then
God.
also on the other side of
What
this,
the
a lot
hell?
of people demanding some
Whoa.
form of justice. We're saying that it looked like this woman was trying to turn to the side and get away. Saying at the very least, it looks like the second shot was taken from the complete side of the vehicle. You had Minneapolis City Council member Jason Chavez saying that the ICE agent that shot somebody should be arrested effective immediately. But then going on to add that there needs to be community patrols to warn people about ICE raids and prevent kidnapping. Also, you have local prosecutors pushing hard for what they call a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review. Additionally, you saw Minneapolis police officers apparently seeing this coming, with Chief of Police Ryan O'Hara saying yesterday, "I've been concerned for weeks because the issue is so emotional, because frankly, some of the way this stuff has been carried out, the greatest risk to me is that there would be unrest or that there would be a tragedy. Somebody could get seriously hurt or killed because of what's happened." And finally, with the city's mayor demanding that ICE leave immediately, although he doesn't have the power to actually enforce that himself.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Get the fuck out of
do not
Minneapolis. Get the fuck out of Minneapolis. That's the mayor. The mayor is telling you to get the fuck out of Minneapolis, you traitor Nazis. Get the fucking mayor. The mayor is telling you to get out of Minneapolis, you fucking piece of shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? Fucking Nazi pieces of shit. Goddamn Trumper Nazis! I will see you at war soon, you fucking traitor pieces of shit. Your fucking ICE Gestapo and your fucking anti-American bullshit. You fucking traitors, your time is coming soon. I love 76 because of stuff like this. It is a sandbox. You could get a glowing behemoth at your camp. That could happen. And did. Stay the fuck out of Minneapolis, you pieces of shit fucking Nazi traitors. Stay the fuck out of Minneapolis.
You hear?
Right, but with this, you know, his mayor demanding that ICE leave immediately.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis, traitors, you fucking right-wing piece of shit, cocksucker Republican traitors. Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Though he doesn't have the power to actually
Stay out of the Twin Cities, traitors. Stay the fuck out.
enforce that himself.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis, traitors. Get the fuck out.
We do not want you here.
Right, but with this,
We do not want you here. Not welcome, pieces of shit. This is how your bigotry fucking feels. Do you like it?
And he's saying this incident is similar to one that happened in Chicago, where 2 people were arrested for boxing ICE in with their cars. One person there, Marimar Martinez, was accused of ramming her car into an ICE vehicle before.
Oh, go Maria. you wonderful lady. I would box them in and fuck up their lives too if I could. Look at that smile. Yeah, she got him.
Before getting shot multiple times. So
Oh, I'm sorry you killed her, huh? I mean, that's the piece of shit cocksucker traitors that you are, the right-wing MAGA traitor maggots. The maggots are traitors. They kill, like, you know, unarmed Mexican women. It's just who they are.
there, she still managed to drive away before
Deep
being
down
seen by
inside, they'll just
paramedics
kill
with
you.
relatively
They're
minor
deep
injuries.
down
Well, she
inside,
didn't-
they're just Michael Myers. They're fucking weird. They're a death cult. Way down inside, they want to kill everybody who isn't rich and white. Fucking pieces of shit. No, keep those. Yeah, that Gatling plasma is heavy. This Stalker's Ripper is not a good weapon. This isn't the worst 10mm pistol. No good. I'll take the caps though, definitely. I am like maxed out gear. I think I've reached max eye level. I don't really think there's like there's better weapons I could get, but not really armor. This had a lot of corn. You wouldn't cook that? Oh, did the other season end? No, I don't think so. Four headhunts, craft ammo. I suppose I could craft ammo. I should have put on a different perk. That is low-hanging fruit. I will. Okay.
Other person were charged with assaults on federal employees. Just 6 weeks later, charges were dropped. With the seeming like the government decided to drop the charges rather than release the text messages of agents at the scene because they showed just how excited they were to shoot people. You know, here's what I'll say as this latest situation is developing. There is one thing that is clear. This isn't going to reduce the tensions that many people have with ICE raids. Or many of the people that have seen this video, they're saying this is murder, but you have the administration continuing to call it a defense against an act of domestic terrorism. And that's the thing. Right now, we have an administration that has shown they have no problem, you know, stretching the truth or outright lying if the propaganda game wins. And well, of course, with this story, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to this news. That actually brings us to the first thing that I wanted to talk about today with you. Everything that you think you know about January 6th, it's a lie. Right? All those brave folks who entered the Capitol that day, they were peaceful, patriotic protesters just exercising their First Amendment right. But the Democrats, they masterfully twisted reality to brand them as insurrectionists. And that, even though the Democrats themselves are the real insurrectionists for certifying a fraudulent election. That, in a nutshell, is how the Trump administration spun one of the worst assaults on American democracy during the event's 5th anniversary. We've seen Trump publishing an insane revisionist history on the official whitehouse.gov website yesterday, and the reactions to it, they've been just as crazy. And so let's dive into this, starting with Trump's speech that afternoon at the Ellipse. Because the White House, they claimed that he was blameless for what happened afterward, arguing that he emphasized the need to protest peacefully.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
That, it was just one moment in the middle of an hour-long speech and a 3-hour-long event if you count all the other speakers. And as many have pointed out, we're gonna bounce around the speech here. If you listen to the totality of it, the tone is anything but peaceful.
Our country has been under siege for a long time.
From
We fight
you,
like
you
hell.
fucking piece
And if
of
you
shit,
don't
under
fight like
siege from
hell,
you.
You're not gonna have a country anymore. We're gonna walk down.
After
and I'll
you,
be
we
there
don't.
with you.
After
We're
you,
gonna
we
walk
don't.
down to
We
the
don't.
Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
I will not fight
Except
you,
the White
piece of
House
shit.
claimed
I
that the
will
so-called
vote you
patriots
out.
marched to the Capitol and that they were peaceful, orderly, and spirited, saying that it was actually the police who deliberately escalated tensions by aggressively firing tear gas, flashbangs, and rubber bullets into the otherwise peaceful crowd. Meanwhile, officers inexplicably removed barricades, opened doors, and even waved people inside of the building. Except, problem there, that's just not true, right? Some cops did lead rioters through the flimsy barricades, but that's because they were hopelessly overwhelmed by an enormous mob and they were trying to keep it under control. Right? And in truth, I don't know how many people have forgotten this, or they've just listened to the lies so much they have like this different image in the head. The rioters themselves climbed over walls and fences, they toppled barricades, they broke down doors, they shattered windows. And at this point in the White House's narrative, it's really not even clear which story they want to tell. Right? Half the time, it's like all these patriots, they did nothing wrong, and then the other half of the time, it's like actually it was a violent riot, but the Democrats provoked. In fact, it suggests that dozens of FBI
What?
assets
Look at all
inside
those
the
red
crowd
hats.
urged
What are you
everyone else to
talking
break into
about?
the building. But as we've long known, those assets were just informants, not undercover agents, and there's no evidence anyone actually working for the FBI provoked the riot. Also, of course, the rioters were not peaceful. In fact, many of them were armed. With reported weapons including guns, pepper spray, tasers, a sword, axes, hatchets, knives, destroyed office furniture, fencing, bike racks, stolen riot shields, baseball bats, hockey sticks, flagpoles, PVC piping, and reinforced knuckle gloves. And the police, they reportedly suffered cuts, bruises, sprains, concussions, rib fractures, irritated lungs, and one mild heart attack, not to mention mental trauma. With one officer getting knocked unconscious, one losing the tip of a finger, many more getting smashed in the head, and others choked, pepper sprayed, and tased. So in total, over 140 cops reported injuries, many of them having to go to the hospital.
Multiple capital injuries! Multiple capital injuries! Stephen John, we are still taking metal, sharpened objects, missiles to include bottles and rocks, and hand-thrown chemical-grade fireworks.
Yet according to the White House, no big deal. 0 law enforcement officers lost their lives. I guess because Trump doesn't care about the officer who suffered 2 strokes nearly 8 hours after being pepper sprayed and then died, nor I guess the 4 more who took their own lives in the days and months after January 6th. Plus, let's remember, if the rioters got their way, somebody else may have ended up
pepper
in the
spray will
gallows
kill
right
you
outside of the Capitol.
I'm sure you mock me about my tasers and my fucking pepper sprays and my fucking non-lethals and shit, my fucking Viper flashlights within a reach of me, you know, but no, that shit will fucking kill you. They're non-lethals, but if you keep spraying them in the fucking face for 30 seconds, maybe not. And they're not gonna convict you of murder and stuff. They're gonna be like, no, you were bear macing somebody who attacked you in your home or whatever. It's not your fault they stroked out twice 8 hours later. You know, and that's how I feel. So I have non-lethals all over the fucking place. Non-lethal, you know, more like torture devices, essentially. Anybody with the gall to attack me in this day and age, I want to cripple them for the rest of their fucking life, and or full-blown take their freedom away. Maybe their ability to walk. Anybody who threatens my family in this modern age, after the shit I've been through with the fucking pigs and all that stupid ass shit, fuck you. I'll fucking spray. I'll put that pepper spray right up in your fucking nose, and I'll spray it up your fucking nostrils. I'm not in the fucking mood. Fucking piece of shit right-wing Nazis. I'm selling a lot of notes. Cool. I mean, I don't disagree. That was the problem. All those right-wing idiots, shithead, fucking traitor maggots immediately turned on Mike Pence or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, if you want to hang a Republican, go right the fuck ahead. I, as a leftist liberal, aren't going to stop you. If you want to hang Mike Pence, please do. He's a worthless piece of shit. He signed up with the Nazis. He's a right-wing, red hat, armband, piece of shit Nazi. Hang Mike Pence if you want to, low IQ piece of shit Republican maggot traitors. Hang Mike Pence if you want to. I'm not arguing with you.
Down 1-5-1.
You want to suddenly hang your own fucking vice president like traitors? One less Republican means an angel gets its wings, you know? Hang Mike Pence if you want to, piece of shit, low IQ, violent, cocksucker Nazis. Hang Mike Pence if you fucking want to. I'm not gonna stop you. Mike Pence is like, it's not funny, and I'm like, yes it is, yes it is. Yes, it is. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You stood with the armbands. It is funny. Fuck you. It is funny what happened to you. It's fucking funny. I think it's funny. You want to hang Mike Pence? No, no argument here. I'll look the other way. So, January 6th was so fucking funny. Hang Mike Pence. Hang Mike Pence. All the liberals there are like, well... Fucking piece of shit. Low IQ, cocksucker, global south, right-wing idiot, global south morons. Like, I swear to God, like, go hang Mike Pence if you want to. Go right the fuck ahead, you fucking idiots. I can make an argument against you, being like, well, he's a human being who deserves treatment, like, you know, decent treatment and respect because he's like a, you know, law-abiding citizen or whatever. Or I could just be like, well, I think they might hang Mike Pence. Piece of shit, low IQ maggots are talking about hanging their own VP now for some reason. Hang Mike Pence. So, and we're all like, wow, I can't believe they keep saying that. But there's no argument. Not anybody there is arguing with them. They're out for blood to fucking insurrect their own and do a regime change, like idiot, low IQ, right-wing, red armband, red fucking hat, red hat, maggot cocksuckers do. And they go, hang my Pence, and we're like, oh, well, we don't like the word hang, but the rest of it's fine.
The Trump White House, of course, didn't mention any of that. Instead, it featured memorials to the several so-called patriots.
No, it was a
who died.
glorious
That,
time where we
Ashley
sussed
Babbitt,
out
who
our
the White House
future.
claimed was shot without warning, even though she, in their words, posed no threat. And with that, you have right-wing outlets like the Gateway Pundit and Live to TikTok now even claiming that the cop who shot her, Michael Byrd, runs an unaccredited daycare out of his home and pocketed $190 million in HHS funds. So one, child care accreditation is optional where he lives. Two, that $190 million figure appears to be total nonsense. And three, Babbitt was at the head of a violent mob crawling into the speaker's lobby where cops were guarding lawmakers. With all that said, as far as the other narrative being pushed by the White House, that the whole riot was the Democrats' fault, they mostly pinned the blame on then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Or with them pointing to footage that they claim shows her expressing regret for not accepting Trump's offer to send National Guard troops before the event.
For over 3 hours, we begged him to send the National Guard. He never did it. He took joy in not doing it. It was savoring it. And right now, he was saying on TV today, I wanted to send it, they just wouldn't do it. His own Secretary of Defense, acting Secretary of Defense, testified under oath against what the president was saying.
I mean,
The
they're
huge
maggots.
thing,
Are you
Trump didn't need
surprised?
her permission to send the National Guard, and in reality, he was sitting back watching events unfold on TV from his private dining room. In fact, Trump reportedly resisted pressure from his allies, advisors,
show
lawmakers,
up.
and even
Yeah.
his own daughter.
So you
call
need to
off
come
the riot
down
for
here
over 3 hours.
or
With
call
also
it
the
off.
Washington Post describing those 187 minutes as follows: 25 minutes into Trump's silence, a news photographer was dragged down a flight of stairs and thrown over a wall. 52 minutes in, a police officer was kicked in the chest and surrounded by a mob. Within the first hour, 2 rioters died as a result of cardiac events. 64 minutes in, a rioter paraded a Confederate battle flag through the Capitol. 73 minutes in, another police officer was sprayed in the face with
Flying the
chemicals.
Union
78
Jack in
minutes
the
in, another
Capitol, you
police officer was
goddamn
assaulted with a
racist
flagpole.
Southern global
83
South
minutes in,
cocksucking
rioters broke
right-wing
into and
maggot
began looting
piece
the
of
House
shit, get
Speaker's
the fuck
office.
out of my
93 minutes
country.
in, another news photographer was surrounded, pushed down, and robbed of a camera. 94 minutes in, a rioter was shot and killed. 102 minutes in, rioters stormed the Senate chamber, stealing papers and posing for photographs around the dais. 116 minutes in, a 4th police officer was crushed in a doorway and beaten with his own baton. Meanwhile, the president was reportedly raging to people around him about the vice president. And his tweets only added fuel to the fire, starting with one that blasted Mike Pence for not having the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country
Come on,
and our
Mike Pence.
Constitution. Then
You
another
should have
tweet telling
let us hang you. Come on.
his supporters to support Capitol Police and state.
That was one of the biggest jokes out of maggots. The biggest maggot joke that they committed was the hang Mike Pence thing. What was with that, you fucking idiots? Why did you say hang Mike Pence? He's a right-wing maggot tool like you. He wears the orange turd face makeup and rapes children or whatever. Why the fuck were you turning on him? He didn't turn on you. He was a lifelong fucking idiot right-winger. That's like punching your own. It's like instead of turning around and punching a liberal, you punch Mike Pence. And it's like, this is the chaotic, crazy piece of shit, low IQ, brain dead death cult that you actually are. You could say hang Obama. You could say hang Biden. You could say hang Nancy Pelosi. You could say hang, I don't know, who's an actual problem? Like, I don't know, hang Nicolas Maduro or something. No. You say hang Mike Pence, and it is proof of how you're low IQ, feckless, backstabbing, piece of shit, two-faced, like you don't get the concept. You don't get the concept of what America is. It's peaceful protest, essentially. You show up there talking about hang Mike Pence. That's not peaceful. Also, you could have been like hang Joe Biden. You really hated Hunter, didn't you? Pick somebody that you actually hate. Remember how much you made us listen to your fucking fat, jovial, fucking stupid-ass complaint, like your fucking shitty, low IQ complaints about Hunter Biden's laptop for 5 years? You don't think you might have wanted to hang Hunter Biden at least or something? But no, you were like, hang Mike Pence. Fucking stupid piece of shit, low IQ, red hat, Nazi, low IQ, bad faith, like backstabbing. I would never be your friend. After seeing how you treat Mike Pence, I would never join your party, be your friend, or let you be a political entity. After the way you treated Mike Pence, I would just abolish the Republican Party. It's obvious who the fuck you are. You're so feckless you'll call for the death of your own before you before you rub two IQs together. You know, you're calling for the death of one of your own. You're so fucking stupid. That piece of shit, fake, fucking, you know, maggot, you know, Republican, old style Republican from the South or whatever. He was your friend, you fucking idiots. He'll sit and push apartheid right along with you. He's a right winger. He's a shithead. Why were you calling for the death of Mike Pence? It would have made more sense to call for the death of AOC or something. The maggot right wing. They're so low IQ, you can count on them to attack their friends. Like, they're like bad mobs in Skyrim. You can count on them muddling around and hitting their friends and stuff like this. It's so dumb.
Peaceful as if they weren't already violent, and next asking everyone at the Capitol.
I forgot how clown Hang Mike Pence actually is. Like, it's so fucking clown. It like the minute that you guys said it, and then you tried to do it. It was like the death of your fucking party. Is so dumb. You want to do what to your best friend? Oh no, you're obviously crazy. We can't let you actually run this country. No. You want to do what to your vice president? I forgot all about Hang Mike Pence and how fucking low IQ and stupid and fucking feckless and backstabbing that was. It's an example of who the right wing is. Hang Mike Pence. Jesus Christ.
No violence.
Man, if you want to hang your best friend, the vice president, what do you do? What do you want to do to us, you violent, worthless pieces of shit, cock-sucking, right-wing Nazi effits? If that's what you want to do to Mike Pence, what would you do to us? Jesus Christ. You crazy pieces of shit.
Meanwhile, when GOP House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called him, reportedly Trump claimed the rioters were Antifa, to which
Pence.
McCarthy was like, no, they're your people. And
No, they're the Red Hats calling for Mike Pence. No, Antifa doesn't call for the death of people. It's never been recorded on camera, and it never will, because we don't call for the death of people. That's shit that you do, you know? I called for a bunch of leftist deaths because I was trolling you, like, and how illogical your choice was there. You keep saying hang Mike Pence. You don't think maybe you should take a shot at a leftist? Mike Pence is Mike Pence, but, you know, I don't think he was a worse enemy than, I don't know. Who was your worst enemy that day? Probably Joe Biden. Wouldn't hang Joe Biden. Hang Joe Biden. If I'm some piece of shit, low IQ, room temperature Ronaldo and Trumper maggot, I'm going to be like, you know, what's my biggest threat there? It's going to be Joe Biden, right? So I'm like, hang Joe Biden, hang Joe Biden. That would have made sense. You guys said hang Mike Pence, and so we just doubted your sanity. We're like that guy who runs your crazy, shitty right-wing empire. And that's what he was like, too. He was like, what? He was like, what? And then all the old style Republican good old boy cowboy efforts in the fucking South. They're like, oh no, look at these red hat maggots, and they're fucking crazy. They're calling the death of Mike Pence. That's a good white-fearing hog. Or so that's a good God-fearing white hog. You can't be calling for the death of a good white, God-fearing white hog in America, especially not if you're a right-wing maggot. You can't be calling for the death of a good, God-fearing, right-wing, good old boy hog. You can't have that. We will not hang Mike Pence. We have tons of gerrymandering shit in the South based around him and stuff. We can't be hanging him. No, hang Joe Biden or whatever. It's so dumb how clown the right wing actually is. It's so dumb.
Trump reportedly said, you know what I see, Kevin? I see people who are more upset about the election than you are. They like Trump more than you do. And then finally, after 3 hours, Trump finally posted this video.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
No, you don't. You weren't there.
We had an election.
You've never worked a day in your life. You've never served in war. You have no fucking idea. You're not counting the votes. You tried to lie to us about who won the vote. You tried to suborn election perjury from Georgian election officials that week, motherfucker. That month. You you caused yourself to be convicted and impeached for fucking trying to lie about who won the election to the Georgian election officials. That was that month. You remember? That's the actual reality. You weren't at this thing. You were sitting back, eating KFC and tweeting Kofafe as they call for the death of your vice president because that's how low IQ they are. They forgot who the real target was. Your weird holy hand grenades that never ever stop exploding in our fucking faces that just blow up in Mike Pence's face. And we all look over and Mike Pence is standing at this firecracker and his face is black and his hair is blown back and the maggots are like hunting him now. And it's like, what the fuck? And you can see that because he trusted the maggot right wing, it blew up in his fucking face and it was hilarious. They're like, oh no, they're gonna hang me now. You would think that they would fight AOC or even, I mean, honestly, the QAnon shaman would have made more sense than goddamn Mike Pence. Pick a guy anywhere in Washington, D.C. that's, I mean, I'm sorry, you think that Mike Pence helped like steal the election so that he couldn't be vice president? Do you really think Vice President Mike Pence helped the liberals steal an election? Do you really think that's what happened so that he couldn't be a vice president? He's a self-serving white man. He's not going to put his job as vice president in the fucking risk. You're just crazy. You're fucking crazy. That's what Mike Pence said. He was like, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. And that's who maggots are. That's who they are deep down inside. They're like crazy. They're like junkrats. They run around like junkrat. They look like junkrat when you meet them. They're fucking crazy. They're wearing some red armband or hat or something. They're fucking crazy. They're calling for the death of Mike Pence. And we're all just like face palming. And I'm sorry, but that's the impression that I get every single time I see you.
Election, and everyone knows it.
No, we know.
especially the other
You know
side.
what we know? We know that you sat back and tweeted from the safety of the White House for 8 hours. That's the only thing I know about you and your actions that day, Donald Trump.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. I know how you feel.
You're very special.
But go home and go home in
You're
peace.
very special.
Reportedly being
He wants to say you're fucking retarded, but he said you're very special. He's like, you're fucking retarded. Why did you call for the death of Mike Pence? He wants to say it out loud right there on the fucking thing. He's like, you're fucking retarded, but he doesn't say retarded. He goes, you're special. We don't know why you called for the death of Mike Pence, and we're furious about it, but we're not going to tell you that because you're our voter base. But it's like you're the crazy child who just marched up kicked in the front door of the fucking house while the family was like conducting dinner and having an argument about how to spend the money, you know, of daddy's paycheck or whatever, right? You kick in the front door as America's QAnon spoiled child or whatever. You go in there, and that's not what peaceful protest is. What you guys did is full-blown burglary. It's just burglary. What you guys did is burglary. You went in there and stole and broke stuff and shot people. That's terrorism and burglary. That's all that is. The leftists, they wouldn't have crossed the threshold. They know that violence is about to occur, so maybe they get caught up in it and swept up in there, and there was some leftists. I'm sure there was some people there. But no, it was mostly red hats calling for the death of goddamn Mike Pence. It's fucking crazy. Like, you know, we were there. Yeah, we were there. I mean, I saw leftists there that day. I've seen the whole 2-hour thing where Ashley Babbitt dies like 5 times on stream or something like that. Yeah, we were there that day. We were, but we weren't like calling for the death of Mike Pence. Jesus Christ, I forgot how dumb that was. So Donald Trump the same day, he's like, you're special. You're very special. We don't understand you. You're acting like terrorists. You're very special. Stand back and stand by, Proud Boys.
The best of at least 3 takes because he kept veering off the script that his staff had composed for him and repeatedly had to re-record it to get one that his aides felt was palatable enough to share with the public. But then still the White House's revision.
What kind of military leader tells his right-wing fucking tool browncoats to stand back and stand by? Stand down and stand by or whatever. I mean, what kind of message is that for young SS fucking Nazis in the Republican Party? It really wasn't the message they wanted to hear from this piece of shit moron. But that's what he said. He was like, stand down and stand by, and every Proud Boy in the country was like, what? You're commander military in chief and your handshake's soft, like King of the Hill, when Hank Hill made fun of George Bush Jr. He was like, his handshake is weak. And every Proud Boy, right-wing Nazi piece of shit in the fucking country that sucks dick all day, can't rub two IQs together, room temperature Ronaldos and shit, was like, what? You told us to stand back and stand by? We want to Ruby Ridge this place. We want to fucking, Branch Davidian this motherfucker. What are you talking about? And this cost you the election. It did. That's what cost you the election. You called for the death of Mike Pence, and you told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. They want their fucking crazy, like, World War III where they civil war their fellow countrymen for supporting people of color. That's what they want, That's not what they wanted to hear from you. But, I mean, that's what red wing, red hat, red armband, fucking maggots, that's, like, what they do. That's what they do.
Isn't done. They also called the 2020 election.
Maggot hogs. Hang Mike Pence. I mean, sure. Every liberal there is like, sure. That's in line with our thing. Sure. Every liberal there, like, doesn't say a word. They're like, oh my God, is that what they're saying? Trust me, every Antifa, Antifa are terrorists now or whatever. Every Antifa, I have to put the quotes around it because it's just so dumb that you think Antifa exists. That's another hang Mike Pence fucking, like, really red alert sign. That's like a red alarm. That's like a fucking, like, trigger red alarm thing. You keep talking about Antifa like it's real, but it's just people that care about their government, you fucking low IQ, room temperature Ronaldo maggot pieces of shit. It's so now it's like the other dumb thing that you did. Oh my God. Stolen election certified.
The greatest election theft in U.S. history. In a section titled Betrayal of the President, they wrote, Vice President Mike Pence, who had the opportunity to return disputed electoral slates to state legislatures.
They're like, you didn't stop it, so you're a traitor. We want to hang you. Why not just hang Joe Biden? Wouldn't you be more angry at Joe Biden? But no, you're crazy junkrat ass clown. You're junkrat ass clowns with M79s. And you're showing up to blow us all up, and no, we don't trust you. No, we don't like you. You're the red hat maggots. And ever since Jan 6th, years ago, we've known that you're red hat maggot, like weird, like backstabbing, kill your own best friend, hang Mike Pence, fucking low IQ piece of shit morons.
For review and decertification under the United States Constitution.
Then we impeach him.
Not to exercise.
Might I remind you, not me, Fannie Willis, a fucking right-wing Republican, centrist, like I would say centrist prosecutor in Georgia, fucking prosecutes Trump for 34 felony counts of election perjury and then we impeach him. I don't know why he's still here. We impeached him. The only reason he isn't gone is he doesn't go. We convicted him of 34 felonies. And we impeached him. The only reason he's still here is he's like a criminal that says, I won't go. Just like Nicolas Maduro. It's the only difference. But we did convict him, and he should have been out of here a long fucking time ago. And the people that convicted him were Georgia Republicans. We tried. We wanted him out of there. But the Georgia Republicans were the people that actually had to make him stand trial for his crimes. They were the people who had the power.
That power to an act of cowardice and sabotage, and saying instead,
Yeah,
Pence
what?
presides over the certification of contested electors, undermining President Trump's effort to address documented fraud and ending any chance to correct the election steal. Though still, after 5 years of playing whack-a-mole with these conspiracy theories, there's still no evidence the 2020 election was ever stolen. Nor are there any credible legal experts who believe that Mike Pence could have given Trump the win, and to this day, the former VP stands by that decision.
I will always believe.
Look at him.
By God's grace.
Look at him. He's like the rapist dude he's like the rapist child molester guy. Who was that? Race Bannon or something like that? Yeah, he looks like Race Bannon. He looks like the right wing. He even looks like you, but you hate him. I don't really understand that. Nope, I need you to swing. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. So dumb, so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. So dumb, so dumb. So dumb, so dumb, so dumb, so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Hang my pants is so dumb. Hang my pants is so dumb. Maggot clowns are 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 so dumb. Hang Mike Pence. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Hang Mike Pence. Hey, if I was a leftist liberal, I would call for the death of Kamala Harris too, or whatever. Oh my God.
I did my duty that day.
No, yeah, which is
To support the
yeah,
peaceful-
you did your duty, my friend, which is maintain sanity in otherwise completely crazy maggot hellhole.
Transfer of power under the Constitution of the United States of America.
But still, the White House claims that Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Capital One, other major financial institutions, plus the legacy media, all conspire to destroy Donald Trump politically and economically in the years that followed. And while, we kind of all knew that there were still people that believed this shit 5 years later, it is still, to a certain degree, shocking to see it laid out this comprehensively and ridiculously on an official government website. Which is then why you have people reacting online saying January 6th is crazy because we all watched it live and still gaslighting us about what happened. As well as, of course, people quoting
Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. So dumb, so dumb, so dumb, dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. Maggot clowns are so dumb. So
These concerns are just getting
dumb.
louder and louder, especially after last night's evening news
Maggot
broadcast.
clowns
Because
are
one,
so
brief coverage of the
dumb.
anniversary
Hang
January 6th, for some
Mike
reason they didn't
Pence.
mention Trump's revisionist website. Two, they ran this segment on Marco Rubio's role in the Trump administration where they glazed him harder than a box of Krispy Kremes.
The many lives and many jobs of Marco Rubio, the son of Cuban immigrants and a former Florida senator. He's now the face of U.S. foreign policy and President Trump's point man on Venezuela. All in
He's
addition
pretty much,
to his roles
Mike
as
Pence now.
Secretary of State, interim National Security Advisor, and acting National Archivist and USAID Chief. Whatever you think of his politics, you got to admit it's an impressive resume.
CBS then took a kind of cutesy, jokey pivot to show a series of
Maggot
memes
clowns
depicting
are
Rubio holding
so
other jobs in the
dumb.
government of Minnesota, the new shot of
Maggot
Iran, and
clowns
Prime
are
Minister
so
Greenland before that.
dumb.
Now, back in real
Maggot
life, of
clowns
course,
are
these memes may
so
not add up to
dumb.
much, but for Rubio's hometown fans, which are many around here in Miami, it is a sign of how Florida, once an American punchline, has become a leader on the world stage. Marco Rubio, we salute you. You're the ultimate Florida man.
And for many,
Hey, Marco Rubio, the
state
ultimate
media
Florida
promo,
man.
State media propaganda, not a segment worthy of airing on a major news broadcast. Right, many critical and some noting that even Fox has more dignity than this. And saying that CBS, they're using a news program to do corporate bidding and calling this a naked appeal for support from the White House for Paramount's bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. While we're not in their heads and we can't prove intent on why they got the keypads out, this is a crucial point for CBS News right now. It's been the focus
Maggot
of
clowns
tons
are
of
so
controversy lately, ever since the
dumb.
Paramount
Maggot
Skydance
clowns
merger
are
with
so
David Ellison
dumb.
in charge and Barry Weiss
Maggot
became the
clowns
CBS
are
News, right? The people who viewed it as
so
a more conservative
dumb.
outlet. Now it's revamping evening news with Tony DeCopel as the new anchor, and that's been off to a very rocky start. He only officially started on Monday, but even before then, he was irking
Why are you
people just
doing
by
this?
the way
Please
that he
stop
addressed
it.
viewers, talking about his goals for the show, saying,
The point is, on too many stories, the press has missed the story because we've taken into account the perspective of advocates and not the average American. Or we put too much weight in the analysis of academics or elites and not enough on you.
With many finding that troubling, saying that CBS News shouldn't be dismissing input from experts and just hearing the other side and showing them as, equal things.
Cool.
So with that, you had Decopal actually fighting back against those comments on Instagram.
Maggot
Right, when
clowns
one
are
person wrote, "I grew
so
up
dumb.
with
Maggot
bronchitis,
clowns
CBS
are
has lost
so
its ability to shine."
dumb.
Decopal
Maggot
responded by
clowns
saying,
are
"What do you love
so
most about
dumb."
him? I can promise you we'll be more accountable and more transparent than Cronkite or anyone else of his era." Also, before his first show, CBS Evening News released new guidelines and promises to its viewers, and one of those was, "We love America and we make no apologies for saying so." Adding, "Our foundational values of liberty, equality, and the rule of law make us the last best hope on earth. We aim to do our part every night." One way to think about our show is a daily conversation about where exactly we are as a country and where we are going. And again, for many, that was a red flag, making it sound like a news network was pledging allegiance to the country. A notion that even more people find concerning because Donald Trump has been moving like he is America. Then also had a lot of people wondering who the hell's running the show, and Decopal made his official evening news debut this week. There was a major on-air blunder.
All right, to other news, as you just heard from Jill. Well, to other news now, to Governor Walz. No, we're going to do Mark Kelly. First day, big problems here. What, are we going to Kelly here, or are we going to go to Jonah Kaplan? We're doing Mark Kelly.
All the technical difficulties, they happen. And he just thought that this moment, it kind of underscored the issues happening at CBS News right now. Variety even calling it an inauspicious sign of where CBS News is headed. But really where you're seeing the biggest concerns has to do with the change of content, change of tone, and many saying it feels like this is really being built for an audience of one, and that being Donald Trump. To get in his good graces, to normalize his extremism, to be Trump propaganda light, maybe even work in a certain degree as an arm of the White House, which, on that note, the White House Rapid Response account actually posted last night's Rubio segment in a positive light. And so also with that, for some of the MAGA crowd, this was an appealing pivot. Really one of the biggest questions is this going to be a winning strategy for CBS News moving forward? And there, I'll say it kind of depends on the goals. Is the goal to increase viewership, get more ad dollars, get more money, run a successful business, or is it just having a thing?
Maggot clowns are so dumb.
And there, it kind of brings us back to Elon Musk buying Twitter. But is his goal there to run a business that actually makes a ton of money, or is it about controlling the public square, controlling the dissemination of information, what's out there, what's not? Because that is its own kind of power. I would argue it's more important than money. But really how the systems work and are connected, especially with this administration, is you could have a laws here, but to switch it around to everyone, yeah, Jeff Bezos has the Washington Post, but also he has Amazon, also he has Blue Origin, there are government contracts. It feels like with these organizations, social networks getting gobbled up, there is just going to be an understandable distrust of information, whether it be from previously mainstream trusted sources like CBS News and the like. And then there's even more we've got to dive into, but first let me say, it is a new year, and if you're still online without a VPN, it's basically like walking through an airport, holding your wallet open and saying, "Please behave, everyone." That's why today's sponsor, NordVPN, is a must-have, not a luxury. NordVPN encrypts everything you do online, so hackers, shady networks, and nosy data collectors get nothing. Also, the threat protection blocks shady links, malicious downloads, and trackers before they load, which means that those scam texts can't yank your bank info. It's not just banking, it's email, travel booking, streaming, logging into anything, all locked behind next-generation encryption. Personally, I use NordVPN, especially on public Wi-Fi, airports, hotels, random cafes with routers older than my career. One click, I'm protected. Plus, switching virtual locations is just stupid easy. Different libraries, different deals, same internet, just safer. And NordVPN has a strict no-logs policy. They're not tracking you, storing you, or selling you. They protect you, period. And so if you're looking to get the best deal anywhere, it's through my link right now. A huge discount on a 2-year plan, plus 4 bonus months free. Just scan that QR code on the screen or go to nordvpn.com/Phil. Again, that's nordvpn.com/Phil. Best deal, extra months, 0 risk. But then, to get back into the news, the U.S. just seized a Russian-registered Venezuelan-linked oil tanker that it's been pursuing across the Atlantic for the past 2 weeks. But it's a tanker known as the Marinera, though when the chase began, it was called the Bella 1. And it appears that it's the only vessel owned by a company based in Turkey, which was also sanctioned by the United States Treasury Department back in 2024, with U.S. officials accusing the company of moving goods on behalf of the Quds Force, which is an elite wing within Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. Though also, notably, the vessel is believed to have been transporting Venezuelan crude oil in the past, and with that, U.S. forces attempted to board the ship last month when it was in the Caribbean and believed to be heading toward Venezuela, and that being an effort to enforce Trump's total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. But the crew, they dramatically changed course. They sent out a distress signal, and then they just went dark. But then, 2 weeks later and thousands of miles away, they turned on their broadcast signal with a whole new name, re-registering as a Russian vessel, whereas before they were this stateless vessel flying under a false flag. And that's a very key thing here because, as one expert explained, once it's legitimately registered, it gets the protection of the flag. And adding, it's not retroactive. You can't say it was stateless 2 weeks ago, so we're going to say it's stateless now. And with that, Russia made what was seen as an unusual move of allowing the tanker to get what has since been described as a temporary permit to sail under the Russian flag without inspection or other formalities. And actually, several other sanctioned tankers have re-registered as Russian vessels in recent weeks as well. In fact, at least 18 oil tankers hit by U.S. sanctions have switched to a Russian registry, with many of them also having previously been sailing under a false flag. But for now, right, the focus is on the Marinera that the U.S. has been pursuing for 2 weeks, even though it had never actually picked up any oil from Venezuela. And even though the Russian government made a formal diplomatic request that the U.S. stop its chase. And all the while, this tanker was believed to have been heading toward a city in northwestern Russia. And while today, as the tanker moved northeast between Iceland and the UK, the Kremlin reportedly dispatching a submarine and other naval vessels to escort the tanker. At the same time, the U.S. and the UK military scrambled aircraft in the area. And you then had reports quickly emerging that American forces have begun an operation to seize the tanker. Russian state media publishing footage reportedly taken from on board the tanker and appearing to show a U.S. Coast Guard ship in the distance, as well as images purporting to show a U.S. helicopter flying near the tanker. And sure enough, you then had the U.S. European Command posting on X that the vessel was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court. And going on to say the seizure supports POTUS proclamation targeting sanctioned vessels that threaten the security and stability of the Western Hemisphere. And then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth adding, the blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect anywhere in the world. And actually, to that point, the Coast Guard also intercepted another Venezuela-linked tanker today, this one in the Caribbean, although the attention really, it's been focused on the one registered in Russia, but especially as there have been fears of a Russia-United States standoff. So in the end, there were reportedly no Russian vessels in the vicinity of the tanker during the seizure, though I will say that also doesn't mean that there's not going to be fallout from this. I mean, you've got the Russian Transport Ministry already issuing a statement accusing the United States of breaking the 1982 UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, saying no state has the right to use force against ships properly registered in the jurisdictions of other states. And you also had a senior Russian lawmaker from the country's ruling party arguing that the U.S.'s actions, they equated to an act of outright piracy. But also another big thing with everything we're talking about here is it may lead to more than just strong words from Russian ministries. It might sink any peace deal in Ukraine. And I mention that because right now, European, Ukrainian, and American negotiators are in Paris trying to work out another deal, right? And the negotiators, which included figures like Jared Kushner, which I guess means you know Trump is serious, they were all worried about the same problem. How do they deter future Russian aggression? And for that, they want to implement multi-layered defense guarantees for Ukraine. This, including by providing weapons and training to Ukraine's troops, which is probably a given, but the real breakthrough was the promise for a supporting force that would give land, sea, and air support. Now, I will say no information about how big that force is supposed to be has been released publicly. The U.S. and allies are also supposed to monitor and verify that ceasefires are being adhered to. That also won't mean American boots on the ground, right? Trump has ruled that out explicitly. But France and the UK have signed a declaration of intent to send troops to Ukraine as part of any official peace deal. Even Germany was keeping the possibility of boots on the ground open, with their chancellor saying Germany will continue to engage politically, financially, and also militarily. This could include, for example, deploying forces for Ukraine on neighboring NATO territory after a ceasefire. And for Ukraine, these security guarantees, they're a must-have for any peace, to the point they won't even consider a peace deal without them. Also, another must-have for any peace deal is that the U.S. needs to actually be on board, and so far that does seem to be the case. Right, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff writing on X, we have made significant progress on several critical work streams, including our bilateral security agreement framework and a prosperity plan. And adding, we agree with the coalition that durable security guarantees and robust prosperity commitments are essential to a lasting peace in the Ukraine, and we will continue to work together on this effort. But at the same time, you had Kushner saying this does not mean we will make peace, but peace would not be possible without the progress we made today. And he might be right that despite major headway on a common agreement being made yesterday, that peace still might not come. But at the end of the day, Russia has to agree, and boots on the ground, it just seems to be a line in the sand for them. So far, at least as I'm recording, they haven't commented on the new peace deal, but the U.S.'s actions, they do amount to a direct confrontation with Russia. And while there are still some unknowns here, you might expect a massive response. But so far, the Russian Foreign Ministry has just called on the U.S. to ensure humane and dignified treatment of Russian citizens on board the tanker. And there's possibly two reasons for this. One is that it's Orthodox Christmas in Russia. So just like the U.S. and many countries, things kind of completely shut down at this time of year. So, you know, it is entirely possible we see some stronger language and response in the coming days. But also, like, you can't look at this without considering that ever since Trump got reelected, Russia has been trying Venezuela. And even though the Russian government made a formal diplomatic request that the U.S. stop its chase. And all the while, this tanker was believed to have been heading toward a city in northwestern Russia. And while today, as the tanker moved northeast between Iceland and the UK, the Kremlin reportedly dispatching a submarine and other other naval vessels to escort the tanker. At the same time, the US and the UK military scrambled aircraft in the area. You then had reports quickly emerging that American forces had begun an operation to seize the tanker. Russian state media publishing footage reportedly taken from on board the tanker and appearing to show a US Coast Guard ship in the distance, as well as images purporting to show a US helicopter flying near the tanker. And sure enough, you then had the US European Command posting on X that the vessel was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a US federal court. And going on to say the seizure supports POTUS proclamation targeting sanctioned vessels that threaten the security and stability of the Western Hemisphere. And then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth adding, the blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect anywhere in the world. And actually, to that point, the Coast Guard also intercepted another Venezuela-linked tanker today, this one in the Caribbean, although the attention really it's been focused on the one registered in Russia, but especially as there have been fears of a Russia-United States standoff. So in the end, there were reportedly no Russian vessels in the vicinity of the tanker during the seizure, though I will say that also doesn't mean that there's not going to be fallout from this. I mean, you've got the Russian Transport Ministry already issuing a statement accusing the United States of breaking the 1982 UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, saying no state has the right to use force against ships properly registered in the jurisdictions of other states. And you also had a senior Russian lawmaker from the country's ruling party arguing that the U.S.'s actions, they equated to an act of outright piracy. But also another big thing with everything we're talking about here is it may lead to more than just strong words from Russian ministries. It might sink any peace deal in Ukraine. And I mention that because right now, European, Ukrainian, and American negotiators are in Paris trying to work out another deal. Right? And the negotiators, which included figures like Jared Kushner, which I guess means you know Trump is serious, they were all worried about the same problem. How do they deter future Russian aggression? And for that, they want to implement multi-layered defense guarantees for Ukraine. This, including by providing weapons and training to Ukraine's troops, which is probably a given, but the real breakthrough was the promise for a supporting force that would give land, sea, and air support. Now, I will say no information about how big that force is supposed to be has been released publicly. The U.S. and allies are also supposed to monitor and verify that ceasefires are being adhered to. That also won't mean American boots on the ground, right? Trump has ruled that out explicitly. But France and the UK have signed a declaration of intent to send troops to Ukraine as part of any official peace deal. Even Germany was keeping the possibility of boots on the ground open, with their chancellor saying Germany will continue to engage politically, financially, and also militarily. This could include, for example, deploying forces for Ukraine on neighboring NATO territory after a ceasefire. And for Ukraine, these security guarantees, they're a must-have for any peace, to the point they won't even consider a peace deal without them. Also, another must-have for any peace deal is that the U.S. needs to actually be on board, and so far that does seem to be the case. Right, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff writing on X, we have made significant progress on several critical work streams, including our bilateral security agreement framework and a prosperity plan. And adding, we agree with the coalition that durable security guarantees and robust prosperity commitments are essential to a lasting peace in the Ukraine, and we will continue to work together on this effort. At the same time, you had Kushner saying this does not mean we will make peace, but peace would not be possible without the progress we made today. And he might be right that despite major headway on a common agreement being made yesterday, that peace still might not come. But at the end of the day, Russia has to agree, and boots on the ground, it just seems to be a line in the sand for them. So far, at least as I'm recording, they haven't commented on the new peace deal, but the U.S.'s actions, they do amount to a direct confrontation with Russia. And while there are still some unknowns here, you might expect a massive response, but so far, the Russian Foreign Ministry has just called on the U.S. to ensure humane and dignified treatment of Russian citizens on board the tanker. And there's possibly two reasons for this. One is that it's Orthodox Christmas in Russia. So just like the U.S. and many countries, things kind of completely shut down at this time of year. So it is entirely possible we see some stronger language. And response in the coming days. But also, like, you can't look at this without considering that ever since Trump ended by making clear that he was behind the U.S. version of America that Russia and China fear. But also, here's the thing, whatever Trump's writing online, you have this White House still making threats that if they follow through on it, it could very possibly lead to the end of NATO. Or with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to insist yesterday and today that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority and that the use of military force remains an option. Now with that, you also have Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently telling lawmakers that these threats aren't serious and they're just about pressuring Denmark into selling Greenland. That's also not really reassuring, with experts arguing that the stakes are just too high to not take Trump seriously, especially considering what he just did in Venezuela. Just like with what happened there, it doesn't really seem to be about drugs. It's not clear that the interest in Greenland is really about national security. Right? Greenland, this autonomous territory of Denmark, is strategically located and home to vast untapped mineral resources that much of the world is currently reliant on China for. As far as security, the U.S. already has a military base on the island, which supports missile warning and missile defense operations. And in fact, with some conditions, the agreement that allows the U.S. to operate its base there also allows it to construct, install, maintain, and operate military bases across Greenland, house personnel, and control landings, takeoffs, anchorages, moorings, movements, and operation of ships aircraft and waterborne craft. Right? It's why you have experts saying the US has such a free hand in Greenland that it can pretty much do what it wants. And adding, I have a very hard time seeing that the US couldn't get pretty much everything it wanted if it just asked nicely. And even when it comes to mineral resources, Greenlanders have said that they're open to doing business. Also with this, right, Trump's recent complaints that the island was covered in Russian and Chinese ships, it really doesn't appear to match reality. I mean, you've had European officials noting that while Russia and China have increased their activity in the region, most of that's elsewhere in the Arctic, with no current uptick in activity near Greenland. With the Danish foreign minister saying, the image is being painted of Russian and Chinese ships right inside the new fjord and massive Chinese investments being made is not correct. And adding, the situation was based on a misreading of what is up and what is down. Now with all this, you've got Danish and Greenlandic officials reportedly hoping to meet with Marco Rubio to push back against Trump's flawed view of the security situation and ultimately ease tensions. You've also seen several European nations as well as Canada coming out with a joint statement showing their support for Denmark and Greenland, though notably avoiding explicit criticism of the US. And also there's been a lot of discussion about what else might actually be done to stop the United States from doing kind of whatever it wants. So there, the answer may very well be not that much. But it's been said that European countries could reconsider their support for US military bases on their territory, possibly taking steps to limit access or increase costs. The problem there is that NATO and Europe, they still depend heavily on the United States for their own security. And similarly, it's been said that European countries could try to use trade or taxation policies to pressure the United States, at least in theory. But in practice, those actions could also undermine the alliance that they're meant to protect. And so ultimately, many of the options available to try and prevent the United States from taking action that would most likely destroy NATO, they would at the very least weaken NATO and maybe ultimately bring about its end as well. So it's actually been argued that there is a definite pathway toward a non-military US takeover of Greenland. Though if it did come down to military action, it also probably wouldn't face any resistance. We even had a Danish politician who asked to stay anonymous telling Politico it could be like 5 helicopters. He wouldn't need a lot of troops. There would be nothing they could do. You also had an associate professor of military operations at the Royal Danish Defense College further explaining you could just simply put troops in the country and just say that it's American now. And adding, the United States military is capable of landing any number of forces on Greenland, either by air or by sea, and then claiming that it's American territory. And we talk about all of that not to normalize it, but to, note that while it still may be unlikely, not long ago, it felt like a complete impossibility. But that, my friends, is the end of today's Wednesday Philip DeFranco show. I want to say thank you so much for spending some time with me, even if you did so as a second screen experience because your attention span has just been completely destroyed. And of course, I'll be right back here for you tomorrow with some more news. I've even got more for you to watch today that you can check out right now.
We're a settler colonial empire now.
Does it count as a bombing if it's just boats off the shore and also a port and also you steal their president?
Trump's just jealous. Like, honestly, like when it really comes down to it.
It may just be the same shit and we just get oil now.
Yeah, it's called a rebrand, Phil.
No, dude, there's gonna be a party.
Do it. My God, it's so fucked up.
I was like this when I was 17. Torn pants and everything.
I'm so fucked up. I hope Dr. Hat. That Lynn has a very small penis and I know Derek's like a buffalo. Hey, dude, no.
Whoa, no, why?
Oh, it's all still and everything, but just wait it. Ah! Ah!
Oh! Hey,
Thank God I didn't have bad taste like these guys, though.
Tell me what you like about Donald.
Fucking metalheads. They're not metalheads. They're like, I don't know what you would call them. They're just kids. They're just kids, but they're kind of like posery, a little bit. I don't know.
Trump.
He's honest.
I'm going to push back a little bit.
Honest.
Under indictment in 4 different indictments.
Yeah, so would be everybody else.
Well,
look at what he did for the country. He ran it like a business. That's what this country needs.
Did they
No.
disqualify him from the presidency in any way in your eyes?
I don't
be
think
run
so.
like
I
there's
mean,
a
no
public
one's
to be preserved.
really not guilty here, let's be honest. So, no one's really not guilty here, let's be honest. So,
If you were to lose again, what would that mean for the country in your estimation?
We'd have an uprising.
Oh
There's
my
too many people
God.
that are ready to go now.
When you say, what does that mean? Can you be specific?
Civil war. Civil war.
You think it'll be a civil war if Trump loses again?
Oh, yes, I do. I know with people that I talk to, I'm a churchgoer, and I love God more than
No, you
my
don't.
life. But
Not if you're
there
pushing
are things
war.
that I do for God. That I don't do for anybody else. And this is one thing I know that God needs some help here. You know, actually, my first election that I'd been to was Donald Trump. And
When you say your first election you've been to, you never voted before that, or?
I voted, but I never got into it. Now, you know, I can spend just all waking moments thinking what I need to do. And of course, I can't afford a whole bunch of money, but I can sure talk.
No, I had somebody tell me that they would take a bullet for Donald Trump.
I think I would too. I would too.
Fucking
I mean,
We don't want
death. Listen to the death cult. Oh my God.
to lose your wisdom to that.
But I don't know what it is about him.
Holy
No,
smokes.
he's a
No,
criminal,
seriously,
and
holy smokes. Did I just watch
sucked you
someone's
into his
grandma
cult.
calmly explain that she's ready to kick off a civil war in the United States in the name of Jesus? So Captain Tangi can get back into office? Because if that's what we're calling wisdom now, then I clearly missed the memo, and possibly the sermon. And the wildest part is this wasn't even after the election. This was during the campaign. During the part where Trump was out here promising no new wars, peace everywhere, America first, vibes immaculate. Trust me, bro. You remember that era, right? Because I do. It wasn't subtle. Then you've got that first guy talking about how Trump is just so honest. So honest, in fact, that, I mean, let's be real. Even his wives needed a legal team and a background check. The man who's apparently the gold standard for honesty. And then someone inevitably says, you know, he ran this country like a business. And I always pause there because I'm like, which business? The casino? The one where the house is literally designed to win and he still managed to bankrupt it? That business model? And that's really what today's video is about. This strange moment where MAGA is bumping headfirst into something called cognitive dissonance. Because now Trump is basically saying, yeah, forget everything I told you before. I'm the king now, bow accordingly. And somehow, some people are still nodding along like,
Ugh. Oh. Oh, damn it, I swear to God, kid keeps fucking up. What is it that I'm doing? Oh yeah, I'm going to AI mode. In the game Export Foundations, I'm trying to research teleportation, and it is asking me to put advanced electronic and energy cells somewhere, but where do I put them? Container storage, not the build storage. So advanced electronics. Okay, so now I can reroute what I'm doing now, and I'm going to tell it to do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to come here and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to take a look at the behavior. No. Cool. There's my fucking fleet moving around. I don't want you to patrol anymore. I want you to... No, the whole position confirm. Then I want you to fly here, fly here, fly here, fly here, fly. Damn it. Yeah, this thing. Then I want you to fly to here. Here, 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 here. Then I want you to go by... Oh, I'm auto-saving. Oops. Okay, so I am trying to go kill this guy. Find toxic outlaw. I don't like the debilitator. It's a good weapon, but I don't think it's my weapon. I think my I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the spec. Let's go look. Yeah, I think I've got the wrong spec now. Let's go look. Like, I have martial artist and incisor. And kneecapper. Yeah, which is good. So wait, I don't have pen and pictograph this? I don't. Why? I want to take a point out of travel agent. Oh no, I need that. I don't think I need serendipity anymore. And I'm going to drop it out. Drop a point out of luck, yeah, and put it into perception. Or, well, I don't do better criticals. I'm going to take 3 points out of luck. Yeah, let's go open I love that you can just slap down a fucking thing and get what you need to do done. Yeah, quality of life. So, I am trying to edit my special to take 3 points out of luck and put them into perception. Then, oops. Yeah, that worked. And then I want Panacryptaptis. And this one about... Oh, Eye of the Hunter might actually be really good. %20 range damage with my explosives is actually super good. Downranger. No, I'm looking for concentrated fire. I only need 1 point in concentrated fire, so I'm gonna buy a concentrated fire card. Concentrated fire. Then we will go drop concentrated fire. Good, and then I have 1 point to do for, I think I want... Wow, that's actually a really good card. I like Grenadier. But I also don't think it's necessary. I think I'm gonna drop it because it's like I don't use explosives that much. When I do, you know, I'm dumping points into fireproof because I'm like using explosives at my feet. I don't think I need that if I use the right explosives. So yeah, I don't need Grenadier. I'm gonna take Eye of the Hunter. I don't know. Fireproof is good, but I don't think I think it's a waste of points. Chem diet might be good. Oh no, Chem Fiend. Chem Fiend would be good. I need Chem Fiend. I like Chem Fiend. Gain more max HP and per points and endurance might be really good. No, I think I want to take 1 point out. Radiation power would be good. You take 10% damage from I want that. I want that instead. I want thick skin. There. Yeah. Cool. I changed my spec. That's cool. Fallout content. You know, doing great in this game. Doing fucking great. I don't care if the levels are slow. I'm still getting them over time. Probably better than a lot of other people. Some people play these games as mains and they just get tens of thousands of levels and they're looking for that meta that day. That's Bagon style. That's not me. I'm playing too many different games all at once. We're doing grunt hunts, I think. I could just pop to Fisher Prime. Fisher side for 60 caps. I don't care about 60 caps, that's fine. Oh, now that I have there, oh, she has at least one container. Okay, at least one container. So, I guess something else that I'm gonna have to do is build another land build. Yep, nice. And then I'm in Fisher Prime. I'm supposed to kill a Scorched Beast. I don't see a Scorched Beast. Alright, well, in any event, I've got full glow. I'm gonna go out and go do a grunt hunt. Electronics and all parts. And advanced. I'll start at the top. Advanced electronics, as many as I can get. I love this music. So, advanced electronics. There, and I can put advanced electronics away now, which is good. Cool. Then we need energy cells. Energy cells. And then I will do more stuff. I guess I could do it all. So also, so now we go and I need to plan, build, and take a look at what else I need. Claytronics. I need a lot of claytronics. Energy cells, claytronics. Claytronics for... yeah, 1840, I guess. 1840 claytronics for 300. I'm gonna need a lot of them, so I'll need like 3 trips. Claytronics. 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 And then one more time. 2 more times. Claytronics. Oh, there's a place right here that sells it. Oh, okay, well, here we go. So, Claytronics. 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 Okay, and then we're done with Claytronics, and then what else was there? There was... Claytronics and energy cells, hull parts, 5,000 hull parts. Gonna go get hull parts. $146 for hull parts. Confirm. Oh, 146 for hull parts. Oops, 146 for hull parts. Hull parts. Oh, this is gonna take a long time. Confirm. And I think I'll leave the rest of this like busy work for later, because I queued up like all day. I gave my pilot like a whole day's work, and now I can just watch as it like goes by, kind of like Starfield. Okay, so we're looking for Find stealthy outlaw. There you are. Oh. What? Oh. No, maybe I do need that one for fire. I don't know. Maybe not thick skin, huh? Ballistic attacks. Yeah, 10% less damage from... I mean, I like thick skin, but... I think I actually need that one about fireproof. I think I need it. It fucking sucks. I'd rather have the other one, but that's alright. So... yeah, if I can fire this rocket launcher at my feet... and I don't die... oh. This game is playing so much better. They definitely have been bullying this code. Rusted Deathclaw. Oh god. Empire's Black Power Pistol. I don't see a bag, but I don't think I dropped anything, so... oh, God. Whoa. There, that killed me in one hit. The fuck was that? I have fireproof on. What? Oh, my God. So annoying. This weapon is really strong. And I'm gonna embrace this weapon. But if you fire it at your feet, you just die. Which makes sense, I guess. Yeah, it just kills you. I suppose that would make sense, yeah. Especially with how much damage I have. So, I guess it makes sense in terms of, like, it calculates my stats for that explosion. And my stats are, like, really high for this explosion. So, so, I don't know. Fireproof is an unnecessary card. I will go back to... yeah, it won't stop it anyways. So, well, yeah, see, glow is good, but I don't like the mechanic enough to actually invest in it. But thick skin's really good, and it does help with this explosion thing. I feel like my AP spends way too, like, slow. Or fast, I mean. I don't use this weapon and I'm gonna put it away. I thought about haulers, but I guess I didn't. Oh, here we go. Now I've given it a trader. Complicated, but I think I got it. I'm starting to learn this super complicated game, and it's fine, but it's going to take forever. There's a player-owned station in this, and I'm starting to really like that concept. There's like a cool player-owned station thing, like you know, like a player housing thing that's really strong in this game. It's like base building, and I'm loving it. I think this game is better than Space Engineers. It's like a better game. Now, you don't seem to be moving. I don't know. Are we moving? Where are we currently? Maybe I have to tell him to proceed. No, he was just glitched, I think. Like following his orders. I came back to make weapon changes. I don't think I want... I don't use the daisy cutter. It takes 3 pounds on me, but I don't use this daisy cutter ever. So I'm going to put it away. I like the daisy cutter, though. It is a good weapon. I don't want to use this debilitator. I don't like the sound it makes, and I don't care if it has good damage. The Peacemaker also bothers me because it just gets me killed constantly. It's nice for certain range situations, and it weighs nothing, so I don't know really why I would put it away. I'm not using it. I'm not using this grenade launcher. I'm not using this ultra sight. I want like, if I'm gonna carry a weapon, I'm gonna use it. And I don't know what I would bring. No, I do want to look at weapons. So sword. Yeah, I mean the debilitator. It's good. It has sheer throughput out there, like damage. But I mean, I don't know. This thing hits for 250 over and over and over and over and over again really fast. This thing hits for 500. Well. 700 and another 700 bleed over 5 seconds, I guess. No, the debilitator is really good for just downing bosses, but I don't like the swing rate on it. I thought the Gauntlet was actually stronger, and I think I am going to pull it back out again. I like the Gauntlet. But why would I use the Gauntlet over? Yeah, the Gauntlet, I wouldn't use it, I don't think. Quad the Dragon is actually super fucking good. That might be worth carrying, but I don't think so. The ball's way too much. It doesn't fit the spec. Yeah, there's nothing here. I suppose I did enjoy using... Oh, I mean, now, if I can fit science... This is a strong weapon. I like this weapon because it chains all around and stuff, but science isn't that expensive. I could probably make a... Yeah, I mean, this is a nice high damage weapon. 4 times 5 is 200 damage, and it just links to everything around, which makes it like 1,000 damage sometimes. So it's good for clearing like chain targets AoE. I think I want to pull this out as opposed to my daisy cutter. I think I would use it more. Here's the named... This is that Holy Fire, but I mean, it weighs 18 pounds. Oh yeah, and this thing weighs 10. I don't want to carry it. This thing weighs 20. I like this Medic salvaged Assaultron head. I like Assaultron heads, but they take too long. The Fixer, Short Enclave Pistol, the Love Tap, Gourmand's Recoil, Compensated Ultra Sight, Elder's Mark, the Red Terror, Berserker's Gatling Plasma, Alien Disruptor, Hunter's Cryolator, Assassin's Drill, Foundation's Vengeance. This weighs 20 pounds. Yeah, I'm not really seeing... Maybe my loadout's good enough. I think I will keep... No, I don't want to use the Debilitator. I know the Blue Ridge Branding Iron is about the same, really. So, I guess... And the Super Stim Pike is for healing other people and stuff. I don't think... Maybe I would like this a bit more, but it weighs 6 pounds, which isn't that bad. I love this game. I wanted to put overdrive on my bar. I should have overdrive, but I don't. There, I have 5 overdrive. Yeah, like, overdrive is good, but you're supposed to use it first, so we're gonna place it first. Actually, I think I was supposed to do overdrive, super chem, MK2, psycho. Yeah. And no, oh yeah, and then lunchbox. Yep. Then we put the boomstick on 3, and the peacemaker on 4. Yep. And then the Juggernaut's M79. Yep. And then the Anti-Armor Fat Man, a lunchbox, and a Scout's banner if I have them. Yeah, I do. Nice. Do I have Stimpack Supers in there? No. So, item, oops, no. And then replace this with, so, Scout's banner. There we go. And then I have like a half a row of buffs. Oh, my phone is ringing. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Oh, my mic got moved a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Got a phone call. Where are you? I thought I got rid of this thing. No. I mean, I like this weapon, but I need to be more concerned about how I use it. Because it kills me all the time. So, and plus my loadout's whack. So, boomstick, grenade launcher, peacemaker. I think I want to go boomstick, actually. So, I want to change it. Machete. Oops. I want to go, shovel. Okay. I want to go, M79 is the first weapon. For a single explosive. This one's the boomstick. It's the rocket launcher, which is a directed RNG attack with rockets, and it's like the hardest hitting weapon in the game almost. Peacemaker is for like firing at a target over and over again from far away, and it's good. It's got the rate of fire that the boomstick doesn't have, because you fire the boomstick, then you're constrained to reloading it for like 5 or 10 seconds. This thing will just keep concentrated M79 fire. And the Peacemaker is also, like, these three weapons are, like, the strongest weapons in the game. Is why I'm using them. And the Fat Man. Like, these 4 weapons are the strongest weapons in the game. It's why I'm using them. Better than the Rad-X would be a shovel, just so I don't, yeah, like, and you know, and the shovel for the daily in that way, you know, and yeah, because I don't want to hit the Scout Spanner by mistake at all. It's expensive. And I go Overdrive, Super MK, Psycho. Overdrive, Super MK, Psycho. Psycho. I'm a Psycho fiend, and I need to start just buying it wherever I see it and producing it however I can. Am I a psycho? I guess I'm a psycho. Am I a psycho? I guess I am psycho. Ooh, that guy's got plans. Let's go to his house. How are we doing here? We are currently traveling around in this place, going to buy some Tesla, something or another. I like that he's like overhung. It's kind of cool. You like look out and you're like over the mountain. Where's your damn machine? You don't have anything I need. Oh, name. Oh. Oh, that sound is like me doing the... Oh no, destroy weapons with a sharp weapon, okay. This place is cool. I'm like buying some haul parts or something like that, bringing it back to my base. I wish I had found X4 instead of Rust. I would have been a much happier gamer. Like, I don't know. I think I probably would have gone through the Rust things sooner or later. But I wish I had found this instead of Rust. It's a much, much better game for your mind. Yeah, we're picking up some haul parts, huh? Take us out of here, Magic Taxi Man. I wish Starfield had pilots. This is cool. See, it is cool. Like, the game's cool. Look at all the shit it's doing. It's fucking sweet. Whole, like, Elite Dangerous thing. Ooh, my weight's way, way down too, which is also a really big plus. Yeah, this is a better spec. I didn't know, but I like melee and explosives when I play Fallout games and Skyrim games. Or sorry, Starfield games. Complete a headhunt. I think I'm done with this game now. You can move the entire station to a different sector, which is crazy. Oh man, in like 15 years he'll release an X5 and it might be really good that I did this. I see stuff about my future that seems bright because I'm playing the games that I think are going to be big. Not because they were like supported or like the media treated them well, but because they're going to be big. So we learned that the damn shuttle one I was most excited about, it like works, you can go on it, but it won't land.
Yeah, that checks out. Because we've reached a point where he's making aggressive moves internationally, and suddenly the same crowd that was chanting "No New Wars" is doing Olympic-level mental gymnastics explaining why this totally doesn't count. Like, no, it's not a war. And I'm sitting here thinking, listen, last I checked, even a fist fight is still a fight, especially when it's between countries. Meanwhile, and this is the part that really gets me, Americans are still struggling. Like right now. The first week of the year, and Florida just got hit with one of the biggest health insurance cost spikes we've seen in a while. And it's wild because so many people voted thinking Obama bad, ACA good, without realizing, surprise, they're the same thing. Same system, same structure, different sticker. So now the subsidies are gone, premiums are through the roof, people are paying through the nose, and instead of addressing that mess, the move is, let's cause a foreign distraction. Because apparently that's easier than fixing healthcare or explaining why the math isn't mathing anymore. Honestly, it feels like this man would do anything to redirect attention, including splashing foreign policy drama all over the timeline and hoping nobody notices what's happening back home. Very classy, very subtle, very nothing to see here. Now, if you're new here, welcome. I'm Glenn, highly caffeinated, chronically curious, and I spend my time talking through the social and economic chaos affecting America in real time. If you're one of my OGs, you already know the deal. Drop a like, grab your drink, settle in. Because this is about to be another MAGA FAFO episode, and something tells me this one's gonna age real fast. All right, let's swoop into these clips.
Isn't it fascinating how Republican chants kind of evolve over time? They go something like this. No new wars. No new wars. Some new wars. Okay, a few new wars. Fuck it. Change those regimes. Let's go to war. Don't lock her up. Pardon the fraudsters. It really is bizarre watching Trump not only do the opposite of what his fans wanted, but he says it out loud. Like his fans were very staunch about how they wanted to put an end to the endless regime change wars by the American government and focus on America first. And then Trump comes out being like, you know what, guys? I know healthcare premiums are skyrocketing and everything is more expensive, but here's the deal. We're going to go ahead and take over Venezuela, do a little quick regime change. We're going to actually run the country while we oversee the changing of the regime. And you know how you guys were all accusing Democrats of getting kickbacks for the Ukraine war? Well, I'm just going to do that openly, okay? I'm sending all my friends in to take Venezuela's oil, and they're going to make a ton of fucking money. All right, thank you. It's fascinating. You know, Republicans really have no backbone at all. Their strongest opinions change on a flip of a dime, depending on what Trump does. Trump could go to war with puppies, and the next day Republicans would be like, wow, wow, so I guess now Democrats are defending drug-dealing puppies.
Check out this speech that Donald Trump gave today, and you tell me if this is normal.
I want to really, yeah. But she gets it, and
New one is they did a report in the fake news New York Times where I worked this day from early in the morning till late in the evening, but we don't give out a full schedule. It's like, who the hell wants to give out a schedule to these people? But it's all work. And this, in particular, this day was brutal. I never got to leave the seat. You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, find a reason to impeach me.
Your FBI got impeached.
We don't impeach them. You know why? Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100 different things. Years. And, you know, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. But the weightlifting, but no, the girl gets
I don't know, man. I don't know.
And you see, I want to be more, but I have somebody watching. I want to be more effusive. I want to really, yeah.
but she gets it, and
drops the thing, walks off the stage crying. Her mother's crying, her father's crying. Guy gets up. He said, have you lifted before? A little bit. And he walks up. Ding. He could have gone ding, 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 ding. I think it was a...
Wow. The pressure is getting worse.
Folks, that is not AI. I know. It feels like AI. It sounds like a parody. It has that Saturday Night Live went too far energy. But no, that is the real, live, fully human leader of what we used to call the free world. And honestly, That's the most embarrassing part. Because it's not just world leaders quietly shaking their heads anymore. We've officially reached the stage where kids across the globe are roasting America over dinner like, please stay in school, or this could be you. And the worst part, they're not even wrong. They're not even exaggerating. They're just observing. Now, before we get into the Venezuela situation, before we really unpack how MAGA is currently experiencing cognitive dissonance in IMAX Ultra HD, I need to set the observing. Now, before we get into the Venezuela situation, before we really unpack how MAGA is currently experiencing cognitive dissonance in IMAX Ultra HD, I need to set the mood properly. Because there's a clip I want to show you that basically sums up the mindset we're dealing with. And let me say this carefully, so nobody throws themselves on the floor in the comments. I am not saying the people in this clip are MAGA. I'm just saying FAFO is a spirit, and spirits don't need party registration. FAFO shows up when confidence has zero relationship with reality, when someone speaks with chest, volume, and vibes, but not a single fact in sight. When you can literally see the moment consequences RSVP yes to the situation. And what you're about to watch? Yeah, that spirit is doing laps. This is one of those clips where logic packed its bags early, self-awareness never arrived, and accountability is still stuck in traffic. The kind of moment where you don't even need commentary, you just need to let it breathe. So go ahead, watch closely. Because this right here, this is FAFO energy in its natural habitat. Roll the clip.
You're on the other side of the fucking aisle.
Go away.
Fat
Go
bitch.
away.
Go away.
Go away.
Go.
Go away. Bye.
Go, you retarded.
Okay, you have nothing against.
So imagine trying to take up for your husband to a woman that claims your husband hit her with his car, and then he literally turns around and hits you with his car. Now in this video, and I'll show you the rest of here in just a second, you'll hear him say something about you shouldn't stop behind a moving car. But the crazy thing is, because this happened on private property in a parking lot, it's technically not considered illegal. Fun fact for you, in some states, if you hit a car or another car hits your car in a parking lot on private property, the police most of the time can't do anything about it, which means a lot of times the insurance of the other person will not pay for it. Been there, done that. But he literally leaves his wife behind the car, gets in the car, and then backs over his wife in the car. And my favorite part is that she literally says, there's nothing wrong with my husband, as she is literally getting ready to be hit with the car her husband is driving.
Oh, I am, because he tried to hit me and he just said he was going to do something. Hey, go away.
Stop behind a moving car. Go away, you
Go away. Oh, I got it, you dumb bitch. I don't care either. You just call me a dumb bitch. I do to you. Your husband. There's nothing wrong with him. He's going to hit you. There's nothing. Oh! Babe, you just hit me.
I'm sorry.
Babe, he just hit me. He's gonna hit you.
But that whole...
Why do they look so normie and nasty? What's wrong with right-wingers?
Babe, you just hit me moment.
They look so normie to me, from the beard to the glasses to the clothes.
That right there is the entire MAGA experience in one sentence. Because for years now, the left has been waving their arms like airport runway workers going, hey, Project 2025 is real. Don't trust this man. Don't get behind the car. And MAGA looked at all that and said, relax. He knows how to drive. There's nothing wrong with Babe. Then Trump got in the car, put it in reverse, put his orange feet on the gas pedal, and backed straight over them. And the wild part? You literally cannot make this up for any other political movement. Only MAGA could watch the car coming, cheer it on, and then act shocked when they're laying on the pavement asking, why is the left so violent? Please, Daddy, fix their mess. Obama did this. No, it's Biden's fault.
Did this.
Because look around. If it's not lost jobs, it's lost farms. If it's not lost farms, it's lost businesses. If it's not businesses, it's lost healthcare, sky-high groceries, SNAP benefits gone, insurance through the roof. The FAFO is not gentle. It's not cute. It's not theoretical. It's rough. It's harsh. And honestly, I'm sitting here like, yeah, because you absolutely cannot say this isn't what you voted for. You just can't. And deep down, they know it. That's why the excuses are getting louder and dumber by the day.
Yep.
That's why you keep hearing things like, but why are the libs mad? Aren't
Why
the
the lips
Venezuelans
mad?
celebrating? Okay, let's pretend they are. What does that have to do with your health care, Karen? Does that celebration fix the fact that you can't afford to see a dentist? Does it magically lower the price of ground beef? Does it undo the tariffs that wrecked the economy in record time and left farmers
No.
staring at losses they may never recover from?
Wow, it
No,
got foggy quick.
It absolutely does not. So now that the mindset makes sense, now that we understand how we got here, I think it's time we move into the second leg of this video. Because once you really see the pattern, oh, it gets worse. Let's keep going.
So obviously when Trump won the election, he did a victory speech, and there's one part from his victory speech that I feel is especially relevant today.
But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
He said no wars, and his fans loved it. Trump has been crystal clear. No war, no sending American troops to foreign war. Let that man cook. I believe we'll find true mastery in the art of the deal. Come tomorrow, my faith is in God. My trust is in Trump. Even Trump himself said, I'm especially proud to be the first president in decades who has started no new wars. Hey, we bombed Venezuela. No one's ever done that before. And this guy is bragging about how we bombed Venezuela. Also, Iran's president said that the country is in full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. Realize we don't have to declare war on someone else. They can declare war on us. Although one could argue that some of our activities there would be like a declaration of war. At least that's how their president perceives it. In fact, in the year of our Lord 2025, the United States, and by that I mean the Trump administration, has bombed Iran, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Venezuela, and Nigeria. The no war guy did that. You know what might have been a clue? You know what might have given us some sort of hint or preview that this is how things were going to go down? When President Trump decided that it shouldn't be called the Department of Defense anymore, that it should be changed back to Department of War. And we're in the business of war. The no war guy. So all those MAGAs who are bragging about how he didn't start wars, you're all pro-war now, right?
Yeah.
You're all like, go team go, bomb them, who cares? About the repercussions, that's you, right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming
that's
that's
who
you.
they
Now,
are.
if you're enjoying the video so far, why don't you go to war with that like button and smash it if you haven't already, so I can afford more coffee for 2026. I appreciate it, and second of all, buckle up, because it's officially time for Tea Time with Chris. And if you've been around this channel for a while, you already know Chris is one of my favorite creators over on TikTok. She doesn't sugarcoat, she doesn't whisper, she just pours the tea. Hot. And she brings up a really interesting perspective when it comes to Trump and Venezuela. Because while a lot of MAGA folks are out here like, yeah, let's go over there and take resources, America first, there's this extra little twist they've added lately that I honestly did not have on my bingo card. Apparently, God wants this. No, I'm not joking. There is literally a pastor, an actual grown man with a pulpit, who stood up and said that God approved this move. Like the Almighty personally reviewed the invasion plan, signed off on it, and said, yep, Venezuela, go get it. Which is wild, because last time I checked, thou shalt not steal didn't come with an asterisk that says, unless oil is involved. But hey, what do I know? So before we get into Chris breaking this whole thing down, before the tea really starts spilling, I want you to see this clip first, because once you hear it, everything else is going to make a lot of sense. And also make your eyebrows do that thing where they don't come back down. All right, watch this.
They say you have seized Venezuela for the oil. Yes, this is true.
So that's a MAGA pastor saying that God endorsed Trump invading Venezuela and stealing the oil, and that God and the Holy Scripture wants us to go into Venezuela because it's part of our American Christian values to take from other countries and make ourselves richer. See, growing up, I remember the Iraq War. They had to do this whole propaganda campaign. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. They testified to the UN, to Congress. But now they're just basically saying it out loud. Like, we're just going to go in there and take the oil. And some people actually support this. They think we're all going to get rich. ExxonMobil is going to get rich. Weapons contractors are going to get rich. You're going to pay taxes for this war, and Americans are going to pay with their lives, and a lot more Venezuelans will die as well. The irony is that most of Venezuelans are Christian, including the 80+ that were slain already by Trump's invasion of Venezuela. But this brand of Christianity that has been hijacked by the MAGA movement, this is not legitimate. This is a cult.
Now, let me say this before anyone starts clutching pearls in the comments. I'm not here to rain on anybody's religion or personal beliefs. That's not my lane. Personally, I try to follow the teachings of Jesus. You know, loving your neighbor, helping the poor, feeding people, minding your business, all that radical stuff. But I'll be honest with you, I've always struggled a bit with the Old Testament. And if we're being real, that's usually where MAGA goes shopping for their favorite verses. You know the ones. Marching into other lands, taking people captive, claiming resources, calling it destiny. So when I hear some of this logic, I'm like, okay, I can see how you got there. I don't agree, but I see the mental gymnastics routine. Now don't quote me on that. It might just be the Americano talking. Extra shot, no regrets. But here's where things really start to fall apart. Because even if you wrap it all up in scripture, even if you slap a God-approved sticker on it, that still doesn't change the fact that Trump has absolutely no idea what he's doing with Venezuela. And that's not just my opinion. That's geopolitics, economics, and reality tapping us on the shoulder like, hey, you might want to pay attention. And that's where China enters the chat. So instead of me rambling any further, let's hop over to Chris. She breaks this down way better than I ever could, especially when it comes to how Trump's moves play right into China's hands, while MAGA is busy celebrating like they just won something. Buckle up, because this part, yeah, it gets interesting.
Well, it's Tuesday, baby, and we gotta talk about something right away because China came to motherfucking play.
Does the UC really?
Once again, proving that the orange man doesn't have a fucking clue how the world, business, or anything works, boo. And he can swing his little tiny dick and his tiny hands around all he wants to in other lands. That does not mean he gets to take their resources, baby. First, we must address the situation that I seen yesterday about a video circulating on the interwebs and the everywheres that was AI generated, but it duped a whole lot of you. The AI-generated video shows an older white gentleman who claims to be part of the intelligence agency, or used to be, with foreign intelligence, dear. And he's sounding the alarm and spreading some fear. But if you pay close attention to his face as he is speaking, you will see his movements, his breaths, his blinks, they're on a loop, baby. They're not natural in any kind of way. That video was AI generated, and I'm gonna need y'all to stop sharing that shit today because you're scaring people around this way. China is not sending 10,000 warships over here. They have not clapped back with a threat in any kind of way, except for one. Let me explain how your daddy don't have a clue what the fuck he's doing. For all of you in the Red Hat crew that just think we're gonna swoop on in to Venezuela and take that oil, friend, that's not exactly how that works today. China is deploying 10,000 of something, dear. Lawyers. That's right. And before you come at me sideways today and say law doesn't matter here in the US of A, well, I'm gonna need you to sit on down and pay attention. Because what you may not know is that China and Russia both have been giving loans to Venezuela for over a decade. And in return for the loans and the money that's been paid to Venezuela from China and Russia too, they have access to Venezuelan oil, boo. Contracts were signed. That oil sitting in Venezuela today, it belongs to China. And Daddy Dumpy Pants can't just go into a country, do a regime change, and think he owns everything. China's playing a smart game here for several reasons. Firstly, let's talk about the oil reason. They are in contracts with Venezuela for their resources, not with Maduro, with the country itself. And all they need is one judge anywhere to declare that those contracts must stand today, despite the fact that a regime change might possibly be on the way. And as of today, there has been no regime change. Maduro's vice president has been sworn in. It's the same motherfucking regime. Nothing's changed. And the oil in Venezuela today belongs to fucking China and Russia. It's already been sorted out, dear. This is a deal that's been going on year after year after year. You want to know why the oil companies didn't want to go into Venezuela to play? Because they didn't want to steal China's oil. They didn't want to be caught up in this scam from the orange man. That's right. Daddy's not that bright. You see, he's not playing chess today. He's picking up fucking sticks and playing with this little prick. China's playing chess. And all they need is one judge to rule that those contracts stand today. And it's not just about those contracts in Venezuela. This is a global play. Well, all we need is one judge to say, just because you go in and remove a dictator does not mean all of the contracts and policies and deals and loans do not stand. This would discourage other leaders like Daddy Dumpy Pants from going into countries and thinking they're gonna do a regime change and steal something, baby. Wouldn't it? No guarantee that a regime change will profit you in any kind of way, because those minerals and those resources, all of those goods, they've already been bought and sold. So, sorry, Red Hat crew. This ain't gonna work out for the orange dude. Not in any kind of fucking way. We are not getting any oil or resources from Venezuela today because they belong to China. And no regime change is gonna change that. Even the oil companies know that. And they're claiming today that Daddy lied straight to your fucking face, that they never spoke to that man. There's still no plan at play. But just know, my birds could shit a better president. That's what you need to know today. That's what the fuck you need to know. China's coming to play, and they don't need boom booms, honey. No, baby, they have walked in and owned the fucking room. That dumb fucking orange buffoon. Now, I've got to go dig up some more tea for you, and today's gonna be a hard day because I'm not taking my boots off their throat. It is January 6th, and I'm gonna have a whole fucking lot to say.
Now let's be honest for a second. I know, and you know, that Trump would never try this kind of stunt with China, or Russia, or even Rocket Man himself, Kim Jong-un. Those guys don't play cosplay geopolitics. They play chess. Trump prefers checkers, with imaginary rules. So naturally he picks Venezuela, because punching down has always been the brand. Now, depending on who you ask, some folks are saying this is his way of testing the waters to stay in power past 2028. Others say it's a shiny distraction meant to pull everyone's attention away from certain files. You know, the ones that at this point really should just be called the Trump files, because his name is doing Olympic-level gymnastics all over them. But however you slice it, one thing never changes. MAGA is always the one standing on the chopping block when the promises break. And Fafo? Oh, Fafo never clocks out. Sure, he still has supporters, loud ones, but a lot of that America First crowd, they've quietly retreated into the shadows. No tweets, no rallies, no think pieces, just embarrassment, cognitive dissonance, and a red hat sitting in a drawer like, yeah, maybe not today. Honestly, at this point, that hat might actually be cursed. Anyway, folks, that's my take. I'm Glenn, and wow. Happy New Year, by the way. Totally forgot to say that at the beginning, that's on me. New year, same mess. Let me know what you think about all of this down in the comments. You know I read them, I appreciate them, and if you watched all the way to the end, just know I love you almost as much as my next latte. Catch you next time.
So guys, we are truly out of the Christmas period and 2026 has officially begun. Looking back over what's happened over the last 15 days or the festive period as a whole, looking into where we are now in 2026, people making New Year's resolutions, and a common statement that we hear all the time, and I'm sure you guys have heard this, it's something which has played on my mind, and it's made me think, because in 2026 I'm trying to be a much more analytical person, thinking about why I do the things I do, and why we're told the things we're told in the world more broadly. The saying that I'm going to be talking about here, and it's going to tie very well into today's broad topic, is, oh, we're all broke after Christmas. You know, this is essentially a common saying. Like, people have this assumption that January is a broke month. January is a month where you have no money. And the assumption of this is, of course, because people waste all of that money or spend all of that money on Christmas presents. And it's quite interesting because I saw an article or a piece of information online, whether it's true or not is hard to say, but the story was that something like 50 or 55% of Americans intend to get into debt or expect to go into debt over the festive period. And of course that is going to be related to gift buying. Now, I'm in the UK, and I wouldn't really be surprised if the statistics were much the same as what they are in America. People spend more than they can afford on Christmas, because if you're going into debt to buy something, you probably or essentially can't afford it, right? Christmas is a huge wage slave trap, right? And that's one of these things that I don't say in any sort of a way. I say this as essentially a fact. Christmas is not about the Christmas purpose anymore. It's simply about marketing. And this ties into it all, because I think this is common sense, right? Think Christmas, think New Year's resolutions, think Valentine's Day, think, to a large extent, birthdays, okay? You look at these things from a new perspective and you see how ridiculous it is, because all of these different events are supposedly about togetherness and love, and I do agree with that. I think for especially Christmas, you want to have your family around, you want to have nice food, and of course that does cost money. That I completely understand. What I don't understand is the arbitrary sentiment of needing to buy people gifts, which oftentimes they do not want. I mean, you need to view this for what it is. And I was speaking to a friend about this, a friend who currently is, and I don't say this to be rude, but it's a fact, broke, no money at all, actually in debt, okay? And despite all of these financial hurdles that this person is facing, this person's still telling me about that they need to buy their mum this and their dad that and so-and-so this, right? And all these people need to have a gift. Now, this should be common sense, but you can't afford to do that. And that's someone who's broke. But even think about this, guys. If you're not broke, if you've got a job or a good job even, it still is a wage slave trap. Because, let's say for example you buy someone a £100 gift or a $100 gift. This doesn't matter what currency. The fact is still the same. How many hours worth of work is that? That's 6 hours work, 10 hours work potentially, depending on where you are, right? It's essentially a day's worth of work to buy this person a gift that they most notably do not care about in most instances. If people want things, they can get them themselves. There is no obligation to buy gifts. But the sentiment around Christmas, New Year's resolutions, but we'll get to those in a second, and I think Christmas and Valentine's Day have the exact same sentiment around them. It is pointless, and it is a trap. It's a trap for everybody, because it's simply just the exchange of either gifts or money. We have this thing, and I think most people do this. We do this in my family, maybe they do it in your family, probably they do. You may get a gift or you may get money, and if you get money and if you give money, this is where it becomes really stupid. But you've got to think about the psychology behind this, and we're going to explain why this matters. So let's say, to make the numbers super easy, you're my brother and I give you £20 and you give me, let's say, £25. More or less we've exchanged each other the same amount of money. We've just exchanged money. No one's gotten rich from it, no one's made anything from it, we've just exchanged money. It doesn't make any sense. But what happens with this money, even though we've essentially, well, one of us has actually lost a little bit of money, we now view this money differently. Because instead of it being the money that we've just earned and we've now replaced with somebody else's money, it's now spending money, right? The psychology behind this money has changed. And the whole sentiment around Christmas is about spending. Spend as much as you can. Spend a lot on food, spend a lot on gifts, spend a lot on events. We've got Christmas markets and stuff, and I've visited a few Christmas markets, and I'll be honest, I spent some money on them, right? And I'm not saying here, and I think most people will understand this if you can understand my message, I'm not saying, and I don't think anybody who agrees with this is going to be saying don't buy gifts or don't spend money on things, but actively ask why you're spending money on these things. Because the fact that people will go into debt for several months for Christmas gifts that people genuinely don't care about that much, is shocking. Okay, it's shocking. And people go into debt for this. They're going to be essentially broke for January. But is it just for January? Because the lesson here, and the thing I think that most people fail to take away from Christmas is, people will make this stupid point about, yeah, well, I can struggle along for Christmas, and if I'm really tight with my money, I can put some money into a savings account and spend it all on Christmas gift. Okay, valid, okay? But if you can save, let's say, $100, £100 a week or a month, whatever it is, in the December month, then waste all of that money, you can probably, it would take some lifestyle sacrifices, but you could probably save that money anyway, put it into an investment account or a business or even a rainy day fund where you can then eventually have some more flexibility, or take a job that you like a bit more, or work less hours, or invest, or start a business, right? Christmas is a wage slave trap. Not necessarily because of the way that the gifts themselves, but because people often can't afford them. And people go into debt for things which people don't care about. Look, if you're going to do Christmas, guys, I know Christmas has just gone, so this is now not relevant, but the topic is still relevant, in my opinion. There's ways to do it. There's a whole Secret Santa thing. You can do this within friendship circles. You can do this within family circles. Because what people do is people assume that they need to buy a gift for everyone. Let's say you've got a mum, a dad, and 2 siblings, okay? You need to buy 2 presents for your parents, as in 1 each. You need to buy 2 presents for your siblings. But imagine it's like, I buy dad, dad buys sister buys... Then you only buy 1 present instead of 4, or 5, or 8, or however many you're buying for. The whole Christmas sentiment is around spending money just because it's Christmas, okay? Just because it's Christmas. Do people particularly care? Often not. Do people particularly agree with the sentiment behind it overall? Often not. It's an excuse for people to do things or buy things that essentially do, and often they do, take away from their life quality. Christmas and all of these arbitrary dates, guys, and it can be tough. If you've got family, then we've got, in the next couple of months, we've got Valentine's Day coming up. If you've got, maybe a partner or something, it's very, very difficult in some instances to justify not buying anything for Valentine's Day. But then you've even got to ask if you're with the right person in the first place, and if that person has the right mindset. Anyway, we'll move past that to focus on the point. These things are not about love. They're not about care. They're about big business playing on your brainwashed emotions to make you buy stuff that you don't want or need for people who don't care that much about these things. If you want to buy a Christmas gift, if you want to buy a Valentine's Day gift, why not just go for a nice lunch, okay? It's relatively affordable. Depending on where you go, of course, that is a subjective term in and of itself, a nice lunch and affordable. But if people are getting into debt for Christmas gifts, let's just go, alright, we'll go for a nice lunch. Maybe you pay for your mum or your dad, or maybe you pay for everyone, or maybe everyone pays for themselves. It's about the togetherness. Because if it's about the money, guys, it will be a wage, I can't say that term today. It will be a wage slave trap forever, and you will be in this cycle going around and round every year, every Christmas, every birthday, every Valentine's Day, wasting money on nonsense. Because a lot of the crap that people buy, and it is crap, right? It sounds like I'm going on a rant here, but I think it's valid. It's cheap, useless stuff which is often forgotten about. And you know what doesn't get forgotten about, guys? The investments that you make, the future that you could have, and the future that you are throwing away if you are wasting all of your money being forced into debt for a job.
He's right.
So, that's all I've got to say, guys. Again, if it was useful,
but it's sort of Grinch.
Just an interesting concept that I realised over Christmas. I'm done, guys.
It's a little Grinchy, but you're right.
Okay. But you were rude. You were rude to me. And that's basically cops.
So guys, we are truly out of the Christmas period, and 2026 has officially begun. Looking back over what's happened over the last 15 days, or the festive period.
Okay, but you were rude. You were rude to me, and that's basically cops coming to this person. Please, they were being rude to me. Me, Me! I'm the most important person here. My feelings were hurt while you were trying to have a conversation about the possible dangers of escalating in the hands of an unaccountable body of law enforcement. But me! What about my feelings? Having said that, we're obviously going to go right into it. Here is, here is the news. What is happening, man? Me, goddamn.
Minneapolis, where city officials confirm a shooting occurred reportedly involving a federal ICE agent and a civilian this morning. You see the live pictures right there. Our Whitney Wild is...
Once again, of course, the way that they're covering this instantly is neutral language, neutral tone, normalizing it a little bit, being like, oh, a shooting incident took place between a police officer, an ICE officer, and a bystander. And it's like, no, they shot and killed a woman in her car. Okay, they shot and killed a woman in her car. America is a powder keg. We are 7 days into the new year, and in the first week of 2026, this administration has kidnapped and deposed the leader of a foreign nation, fantasized about doing similar things to other sovereign nations such as Mexico, Colombia, and also talked about overtaking or engaging in colonial occupation on a European country's territory, Greenland, basically destroying and it's a NATO country as well. Denmark is a NATO country. Basically destroying any sort of goodwill that they could potentially get from Europe. And yeah, this is where we're at. This is, it's straight up 7 days in, and everything is completely busted.
There on the ground. Whitney, tell us what's happening right now.
Dana, we're in the heart of Minneapolis. We're here on East 35th and Portland Avenue. And let me show you first, I'll show you who's on scene. That is Mayor Jacob Fry. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. Two on the left side of your screen.
Get the fuck out of
that
Minneapolis.
Is Police Chief Brian O'Hara. There is an enormous law enforcement presence here from multiple different jurisdictions. Our photographer is going to show you what the crowd looks like here, Dana. Mayor Fry is now leaving. I think you're probably starting to hear people yelling to him, but he is now leaving. He had spoken with some people on the edge of the crowd when he first arrived, according to a man who had video of it. He did not come back to the crowd. Now a crowd is following him down the street. But what you're looking at right now is the law enforcement response here. So you see Minneapolis police, you see the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. We've also seen the U.S. Marshals here. We've seen Customs and Border Patrol. But let me bring you up to speed with what we know. As you said, we know that there was involving federal law enforcement near East 34th Street.
Minneapolis involving federal law enforcement. Like, this is, I guess, though, that's what happened. That's like, who knows? Who knows what the details are, guys? Just gotta say, I know I have the new angle as well. Okay, calm down. I know. They make it seem like a woman hit a bullet, a woman hit multiple bullets, as a matter of fact, with her car. Like, when you say this, it could be a random woman who ran into bullets, or it could be a random person shooting federal law enforcement. Actually, did ICE agents get shot, or are the ICE agents fine? I mean, I can't tell from the way that they're angling this.
In Portland Avenue. That was according to the city of Minneapolis. We do not yet know for sure what the extent of prompted this. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has weighed in, saying my public safety team is working to gather information on an ICE-related shooting this morning. Again, Mayor Jacob Fry is here. This is all in the context of this ramped-up immigration enforcement that DHS has been touting. They say this is the largest immigration crackdown to date. 2,000 agents spread throughout the Twin Cities.
I need to remind you guys once again that when they talk about this being the largest anti-immigration crackdown to date, the reason why they were deployed to Minneapolis is to apprehend people from a group that they've decided are not real Americans, right? They've decided that the Somalis are not real Americans after this propaganda video that came out. Except 90% of them are American citizens. 90% of them are American citizens, and the other 10% have, you know, proper paperwork and clearance to be on U.S. soil. So 90% of them are American citizens. Only 10% of them are immigrants. Okay? So deploying the largest deployment of ICE agents into a city that is where you are targeting an immigrant population, where 90% of them are American citizens, I think we all understand exactly what's going on here, right? I think we all understand exactly what's taking place here. It's completely ridiculous.
This has been going on for a couple of days now. We know that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was here in the Minneapolis area yesterday, and what we see now is this real peak moment here where, based on our understanding, there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement here, and as Governor Tim Walz said, involving an ICE agent. We are learning to, trying to learn as much as we can, but let me just get you, another picture of the crowd here, because this is a city where these George Floyd riots are not far in the rearview mirror, and what I keep hearing from people in this area is they say, if you thought that was bad, this city is about to explode. And so the line that Minneapolis police are towing right now is trying to keep this calm and not inflame the crowd, because they do not want another major eruption. They cannot have a repeat of the George Floyd riots. And so right now what you're seeing is
CNN, George Floyd riots. Yeah, great framing on this, for the record. I mean, this is what I was worried about, and I did talk about this extensively when the Nick Shitley video first came out, where I said that there was going to be eventually copycats that come in and harass people, tensions rise up, eventually the administration sends in the Gestapo ends up shooting and killing someone. Okay, and for the record, we do have the video. Obviously, I'm going to get to that in a second. Like, this is just like the protests that are going on. Actually, let's just get started on the video real quick, and I'll show you the different angles as well, because a lot of this back and forth is going to be around whether or not this was a justified kill, okay? And it's not. It's not at all. It's not even remotely close. It does not matter. The very fact that, once again, ICE was deployed to Minneapolis like this was just for politics, okay? Pure partisan politics, pure racist agitation. Because remember, that's the reason why I keep pointing to the fact that the Somali population that they're supposed to be targeting are 90% American citizens. Majority of them are natural-born American citizens, okay? Natural-born U.S. citizens, 60% of the 90% are natural-born U.S. citizens, and the rest are naturalized. So the fact that the Department of Homeland Security is conducting any sort of immigrant operation here is already ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. It's a completely made-up, faulty premise. So then you have people that are tracking ICE agents, and let's take a look at one of the witness videos that came out, okay?
This travesty of justice.
There's a woman that's partially blocking the road with her SUV. Okay, this is the victim, for the record. ICE agents get out of their unmarked pickup trucks.
No!
They start trying to immediately. They go in, no questions asked. Immediately, they try to rip her out of the car. Okay, she pulls the car back first. Okay, she reverses first to move out of the way. She reverses first to move out of the way. Then she tries to drive away. Okay? There's an agent that is next to the car and immediately starts shooting. Instantly starts shooting. Okay? No questions asked. This is cold-blooded murder. Now, let me tell you something. If this person had an arrest warrant out for their arrest and they were doing a lawful stop, okay? If the cops in this circumstance were doing a lawful stop, this would still be a terrible thing to do. And the reason for why this would be a terrible thing to do is because this is a suburban neighborhood. And if you open fire on someone like that, aside from the murder itself,
the murder
when you
aspect,
open fire on a moving vehicle like that, you end up causing even more problems. There could be innocent bystanders. There could be strays. There could be ricocheting. You're putting a lot of other people at risk. So this is not, then she tries to drive away. The fact that, once again, and is asked immediately, they try to rip her out of the car. Okay? She pulls the car back first. Okay? She reverses first to move out of the way. She reverses first to move out of the way. Then
cold-blooded murder.
And then she tries to drive away. Okay? There's an agent that is next to the car and immediately starts shooting. Instantly starts shooting. Okay? No questions asked. This is cold-blooded murder. Now let me tell you something. If this person had an arrest warrant out for their arrest and they were doing a lawful stop, okay? If the cops in this circumstance were doing a lawful stop, this would still be a terrible thing to do. And the reason for why this would be a terrible thing to do is because this is a suburban neighborhood. And if you open fire on someone like that,
he didn't care. There's somebody right there. The bullets easily could have gone in and people could have caught strays right there.
aside from the murder itself, when you open fire on a moving vehicle like that, you end up causing even more problems. There could be innocent bystanders. There could be strays. There could be ricocheting. You're putting a lot of other people at risk. So this is not the proper way to deal with the situation at all. The proper way to deal with the situation is very clearly this woman that is getting out of the way, just letting her go. What is happening? Not only did they escalate the violence instantly to deadly violence, okay? Yeah, not like the car is a deadly weapon. The car can be a deadly weapon. This is no chase policies. This is why you're not supposed to shoot someone like that. Exactly. And the car is literally like... Oh my fucking God! The car immediately, after he kills the person driving the car basically continues moving. And there are people on the other side at the fucking crosswalk. And she almost, like, the car almost ends up killing those people as well.
What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do? You are fucking criminals! You're fucking criminals! What the fuck?
I cannot
What the fuck
believe
did you do?
that in broad daylight you can see.
I want them out. I want them out. If it takes a civil war, then be it, I guess. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want them out. I want them out.
A fellow American get assassinated by a pig fuck, an untrained
pig fucker. Pig fucker.
Fuck.
A pig
popped
fucker.
up on fucking steroids and self-entitlement, and you still have this weird thing in your mind where you go, how will I justify the actions of the cops here? It's one of the most insane things that I only see from Americans. I guess like MAGA brain rot is actually taking root all around the planet. So I suspect that there will be more and more people, even in places like Europe, that obviously looked at this stuff and insta-lock defense of the cops here. Okay? But you are a fucking moron. You have no self-interest.
What
you
was
do
that?
not understand the situation at all. You do not understand what is going on at all if you are looking to defend a cop in an instance like this. If you're looking to defend the ICE agent in an instance like this, they have been falsely deployed into this neighborhood to begin with. This person is part of this person is doing a lawful civil disobedience act. She's not fully blocking the road, even initially, okay? And as soon as they roll up, instead of trying to communicate with her to move out of the fucking road, this guy instantly tries to pull her out of the fucking car. You have to understand, you have rights, okay? As an American citizen, on paper, you have fucking rights, okay? Like, that's kind of the point, right? You have some rights. You can't just, like, have cops roll up to you and decide that they're God, okay? There is no world where a cop can just, without telling you that they're a police officer, without giving you, like, a lawful order, they can't just, like, walk up to you, guns drawn, and shoot you, you know? Like, that's not That's what they're doing is illegal. And I think a lot of Americans don't understand this, where they think like if someone is wearing a badge, no matter how fake that badge is, because ICE is like even worse than cops in general, okay? When you see a person wearing a badge behaving like this, there are some Americans who unironically think, oh no, everything that they're doing is correct and everything that the citizen is doing is incorrect. 1 shot through the windshield, 2 shots through the side window, officer not even squarely in front of the truck to begin with. Exactly. And what a lot of people don't understand is when you're defending this kind of action, when you're defending this summary execution, right, in broad fucking daylight, what you're failing to comprehend is you're defending it for yourself. You're defending it for your mom and dad. You're defending federal law enforcement behaving like this to your loved ones as well. Pay attention to the wheels too. Yeah, the driver's wheel was pointing away from the agents when the first shot popped off and the officer's body was already out of the way of this vehicle. Exactly. I mean, there is no justification. There is no justification for this at all. That's the whole point of de-escalation over escalation, okay? Cops are supposed to de-escalate. And if they don't de-escalate and they escalate, they have weapons on them. Normal civilians can panic. The idea that you're immediately ascribing a negative intention to a person in their own fucking car, in their own neighborhood, is so insane to me. Okay? People see this and assume automatically that this person was there to do terrorism. They wanted to kill cops. They wanted to kill ICE agents. You're a fucking idiot for that, for that assessment. Okay? You're adding that intent in your mind in an effort to justify the actions of the ICE agents here, when these actions are utterly unjustifiable. Now, will they actually be held accountable? Probably not. I'll be honest, probably not. But we are in a fucking serious powder keg right now. And it's not because this is where the George Floyd protest took place initially, okay? But this is completely unacceptable.
Yeah, this is the George Floyd cops.
Who would agree with this? Anyone who agrees with this does not realize that this can happen to them as well. I see a lot of people saying Asmongold. Yes, I know. My point is, Asmongold and people who actually watch this thing and immediately justify it don't realize that they're actually justifying it for themselves as well. They're justifying cops doing this kind of shit to them as well. Why did the woman try to kill the officer? It won't happen to me because I won't attack the officer. I think this is what I mean. Because the woman didn't try to kill the officer. The woman tried to get out of the way. And you can see that. You can see that with the wheel positioning right here, okay? The woman is trying to get out of the way instead of getting ripped out of her fucking car. This does not give a reason for cops to kill this person, okay? That's not how this works. That's not how anything works. Because if this situation where cops are wrong from the start, the ICE guys are wrong from the very start, instead of de-escalating, instead of telling her, instead of wavering her away, walking up and trying to get her out of the car, guns out, and immediately fucking shooting her like this. If you think that this is anything but a severe collapse of how, under normal circumstances, lawful practice of law enforcement officers just fell apart.
This is worse than Ashley
Babbitt.
Babbitt.
This could happen to you as well. You are being delusional. Please stop justifying shit like this just because you see a fucking badge and you want to eat the boot whole. Okay? There is no world in which this is appropriate. It's not. And it's shocking to me that many regular ass Americans, which I suspect this person is, right, cannot comprehend that, cannot find themselves in a similar situation. Can you imagine a world where a misunderstanding or a moment of panic causes you to fucking lose your life, and then people talk about it as though it's, you know, it is what it is. Shouldn't have fucking done it. Fuck around and find out, scumbag. Like, that's how they talk about you. Even if the hallucinations on the right that want to justify this were true, fleeing cops is not a death sentence. Exactly. Okay? This is completely unacceptable. And not only is it completely unacceptable, but once again, it's yet another instance where I'm suspecting that the right is falling in line on the dumbest possible position. And not only are they falling in line with the dumbest possible position, it's one that is not even self-serving. Okay? This is against your best interest. We want every law enforcement officer to abide by a certain set of standards that places people's lives and livelihoods as the highest priority. That's the entire point of law enforcement, okay? We got an administration that is utilizing an unaccountable federal law enforcement agency as his own personal private Gestapo. And now they're killing people. And they have killed people already. But this is another one that is an execution in broad fucking daylight of an American citizen in her own goddamn neighborhood. And there are still dumb fucks out there. There are still stupid people out there that are trying to defend this, not realizing that one day this can happen to you as well. Please show the angle where she drives into the guy. Brother, this is the angle. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about a person who is very clearly shooting at this car, although it's not, you know, the car is very clearly trying to get away from these fucking assholes. Okay, she gets shot and killed for it. There is no justification for it. Can I post the link? You need to be subscribed to be able to post the link, but I already have the other angle. I assume you're talking about this one, right? The Lookner video that I saw. This is the one that people are presenting as like a valid one. Like, look, see, very clearly, this person was like driving into this other cop. Yeah, I wonder why they're using this angle from afar and not the close-up one to claim that this person was driving into the cop. I guess if you're ever in an incident and you're surrounded by cops, okay? It doesn't matter. If there's ever a cop around you, they can just shoot and kill you when you're in your car. That's just how it goes, baby. Oh yeah, this one. Brother, you literally looked at an angle that is smack dab right there, and you thought, let's find another angle where I can justify my argument. And the other angle where you think justifies your argument is one that is right here. Even from this angle, it doesn't show what you think it shows, you fucking moron. You understand that, right? This angle doesn't justify your argument. He's on the side. The vehicle is clearly moving away. The vehicle is moving to the right. He's to the left of the car. Maybe you'll find another angle eventually. Homie, I'm not trying to justify or get mad at anyone. I looked at the angles and I thought, hey, don't do that. Listen, homie, okay? I need you to understand something, all right? There is a little devil in everyone's mind, okay? This is something that I observe mostly with Americans. I've actually never seen, I mean, I've seen hogs of all different varieties.
Oh, shit.
But this is a uniquely American hog brain thing, where they see someone wearing a fucking badge, executing someone in broad daylight, and they immediately look for ways to justify it because they've been told cops are always good. Cops are always good. If a cop tells you get down and suck his cock, you have to do it. They have a gun. If you don't do it, then and they shoot you and kill you, it's fine. It's all right. You should have sucked his cock. It is a very strange phenomena that I only see with American bootlickers. Even European bootlickers don't go this fucking hard. And it might stem from the fact that you might not have ever actually been in an intense situation with cops or anyone holding a gun to your fucking face, okay? And you don't understand what that environment
I can loot
like,
way faster now.
But there is a reason why under different circumstances in other normal, competent forms of governance in other countries, there is obviously a much higher priority of violence that you need to actually clear before a standard of violence that you actually have to clear before you pull your gun out and start shooting, okay? In America, we have normalized that you can just like come out guns blazing, start fucking executing people because there are a lot of people that will justify it. It's completely ridiculous. This was not an attempt to run down the officers. If that was the case, she probably would have turned her wheels in the opposite direction, not the direction away from the cops. No, I don't believe that. I believe if you're going to attack an officer, that officer has the right to stop you. I looked at the videos presented and I saw a woman drive at an officer. I don't think you're understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth, okay? The DHS's own use of force guidelines prohibits this, okay? DHS's law enforcement officers are prohibited from discharging firearms at an operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force against the operator is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere in this policy. Before using deadly force under these circumstances, the LEO must take into consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out-of-control conveyance. There's a reason why in many of these other places you don't even have the right to give chase to a fucking fleeing vehicle, because you can end up you end up killing way more people in the process. That's not how this works at all. If there's a person that's violating the law here, or violating the law in a more severe manner, it is actually the law enforcement in this circumstance. What are we doing? Yeah, she very clearly is trying to do a goddamn U-turn too. She's waving them by. Video shows the driver was yielding to agents and waving them by. Agents then tried to forcibly enter her vehicle. When she tried to drive off, an agent opened fire. He even moved her side window to fire her again. Like, she's literally waving them off. She's trying to do a fucking, like, she goes forward here after waving the agent off, clearly trying to fucking move, and then this truck comes out. The ice dipshits come out of this first truck, and instantly, guns blazing, no questions asked. She puts the car in reverse.
No! No! Shit!
And immediately they fucking shoot and kill her. Why is it? Why is it that, dude, do your people always get so aggressive when someone clearly explains their point of view without attacking anyone? Brother, the point of view that you're attacking is justifying cold-blooded murder of an American citizen in the hands of an unaccountable fucking military force that the administration is utilizing against people like you. If you're an American citizen, yeah, of course, this is an idiotic justification. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I just like have a simple disagreement. Like, I don't understand. You see fucking cold-blooded murder, and your first job in your mind is to defend the fucking murderer because the murderer is wearing a badge. Of course, we're gonna have some fucking disagreements with you, brother. It's an emotional story, don't you think?
Yep.
Just because you lack the capacity to empathize with the person that could be you or a loved one in any other circumstance, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay? I suspect your entire family are not cops, right? I assume. And even cops can actually find themselves in the crosshairs of ICE at different times. So, you know, this is even less accountable than the police. I believe that if you attack an officer, you keep repeating it over and over again. That's not the point. Okay? A misreading of a situation or a chaotic situation where someone could be fearful for their life for understandable reasons should not mean that you get to summarily execute them in broad daylight. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just automatically victim blaming. She wasn't attacking anyone. That's your assumption. Your assumption is that this person was there to do broad daylight murder of a fucking cop, engage in vehicular manslaughter. That's what your assumption is. And currently, if you actually look at the evidence presented with eyewitness testimony and the videos that are readily available, you do not have enough information to justify that intent. Okay? You are just making this up. There's something in your mind that is causing you to look at a situation like this and immediately imagine an alternative hypothetical that did not happen. And not only that, but also, not only is this a denial of reality, but it's a denial of reality of a common thing that can happen to even someone such as yourself. Your entire assumption hinges on whether or not she was trying to actively murder a cop, an ICE agent, with her car, okay? And there is not enough evidence to justify that. So I don't know why you're behaving like the fucking state prosecutor trying to get these bad cops off on murder when you're not. When you're not a cop, you're not an ICE agent, you're not a state prosecutor that's trying to make sure that the fucking ICE agents, or a federal prosecutor that's trying to make sure that the ICE agents are off and don't get any fucking, don't receive any sort of impact in this situation, right? They don't experience any legal repercussions. You're a citizen. You have no power in this situation. I don't understand why you automatically put yourself here. This is what it is. You put yourself in the shoes of the ICE agent. You never put yourself in the shoes of who you would likely be in this scenario, which is not a fucking ICE agent, but a person in her car. This is the problem. Do you understand? That's it. You automatically place yourself in the shoes of the ICE agent that did the murder. You fantasize about being the powerful person in this circumstance, when in fact, you are not an ICE agent, okay? You are a fucking citizen. And that is precisely the reason why there are laws around standard ways of apprehending people, okay? There are restrictions that are supposed to be placed on every law enforcement officer at every level so that this thing that happened does not happen. So it blows my mind when LARPers such as yourself immediately place themselves in the shoes of a bad cop.
Wow, that
I
one
believe
blew.
the officer should be prosecuted to the letter of the law after full investigation, but I also saw the woman drive into him. It's sad it happened, but I support people being able to defend themselves. Okay, if a random person walks up to your car with a gun drawn, do you have a right to defend yourself? Also, I haven't been rude or anything. Why are you being a dick? Because you're justifying murder. I don't think you will understand. Because
yeah, I don't think you will understand.
The reason why you are grabbing onto the civility like a goddamn libtarded pussy in this situation is because you can't actually argue on the virtues, okay? And that's the reason. Why are you hurting my fucking feelings? Sorry, this is not what you think was going to happen in a fucking, you know, college campus style hysterical SJW gets owned compilation. I apologize for this not going the way you thought it was going, okay? The reason why I'm being stern with you and maybe even a little rude with you is because you saw a situation where a cop straight up, an ICE agent straight up fucking shot someone in a totally unlawful scenario, and your first inclination was to try and put yourself in the shoes of the fucking cop and try to defend it. You're not just defending a cop, you're defending a bad cop in this situation, and bad cops kill, okay? And because of this environment of lack of accountability, even from the fucking public here, this means that there will be more instances where cops end up killing more people, and one day they could even murder one of your family members, okay? Every single part of this could have been avoided if the cops didn't fucking come out like insane people. And instead, we're just like, hey, can you get out of the way, please? You are not allowed to block a fucking road in this way. And it's very obvious that if you watch the longer video, she's already waving the cops past and she's already trying to get out of the fucking way. It's so crazy that, like, for the last couple of days, everyone was like, well, Maduro is killing protesters, right? And then all of a sudden, when it's America, when it's literally happening in the United States of America, they're like, no, it's good. I guess it's good. I can't believe it. It's the same people. It's the same people that are like, no, I can't believe this. What the fuck? It's good when the president is white, of course. Yeah, I guess what it is. Yeah, I guess that's the whole point. I cannot believe it. And then I like that this is the smoking gun. Very cute electro dog. Thank you, chatter. Once again, demonstrating that you have no care or consideration for animals, nor do you have any care or consideration for human beings. Like, that's it. That's the whole point, right? That's the reason why all these people that come in here and go, oh, dude, you actually abuse your dog, don't actually have any care or consideration for animal abuse or humans, okay? Perfect example of this. Yeah, so the smoking gun has the fidelity of a Bigfoot sighting. Yeah, wow, I can't believe it. Look at the smoking gun. I know you have it in broad daylight. I know you watched it in broad daylight in fucking 4K, but guess what? This alternative angle doesn't really even prove the point that you're trying to make. But because of the fucking low pixelated version of the video, I can at least try and defend it a little bit better, you know? Yeah. Now let's look at the eyewitness testimony now that we saw the video, okay? Because there are obviously eyewitnesses as well here.
I noticed that the ambulances were around, and then I saw behind the snowbank that they're doing CPR on a woman right behind here. I couldn't see the woman. I didn't see her get shot, but that's what my spouse said from the signal chat that we're on that they said happened. And they did CPR for a good minute. And then the ambulances came and they had stretchers and they brought her onto the stretcher. She was got patient. And they put her into the ambulance and they drove off without sirens. They didn't bring her to the emergency. They drove off quietly. If somebody is shot and they're doing CPR and they don't rush her to the emergency, what happens? Noticed that the ambulances were around, and then I saw behind the snowbank that they're doing CPR.
There's more. There's another witness. Yeah. Eyewitness account here from the scene says she was trying to turn around. An ICE agent was in front of her car and he pulled out a gun and put it right in, like his midriff was on her bumper, and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3 or 4 times, Heller said. Heller said it appeared that the woman then accelerated and traveled about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles.
Who's this guy who shot
could be
her?
seen slumped inside of her car. Kirsty Noem also immediately said this was an act of domestic terrorism, as though there isn't a fucking video footage of this, okay? That's what's so crazy about it. These guys don't even care. They don't even dignify us with like a fucking deliberate lie. They don't even give us like a good lie anymore. I don't understand how people don't recognize that this is fascism, which is colonialism turned inward, okay? This is literally how we operated in Iraq without any accountability whatsoever, okay? We did this for years and years. We said, oh, we shot a hospital. Guess what? Maybe the hospital had Taliban in it. Turns out the hospital didn't have Taliban in it, but it's all right. It's just, you know, oh, my mistake. This kind of unaccountable violence is now taking place on U.S. soil. It was unacceptable in Afghanistan. It was unacceptable in Iraq. And now it's happening on U.S. soil. And it's crazy to me that there are American citizens who will defend this. And it's also crazy to me that Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gift of subs. It's also crazy to me that there are people, there are people in the government that are lying in the exact same fucking way that they were lying in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
Excuse me for just a moment.
An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information.
Yeah. You know we got fucking footage, right? Like, this isn't even a lie. That's in the ballpark of what was captured on video. Just a complete fabrication. They're scrambling to rush out before people can see what happened.
Be right back. I've got to go get my cat. BRB. Ouch. Ugh. Ugh. kitty. It's nice and warm in here. You made me let all my heat out, kitty. Okay. Ouch. Don't log my Starfield. No. No. Oh, good. Ow. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, kitty, don't worry. I promised you dinner and I wasn't kidding. Sorry about that. Yeah, you. Yeah? Oh, you're so cute. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Here you are, my lady. You don't want it? I'm sorry. That's your dinner. If you don't want it, well, tell Titty Kitty. You don't want it. What the fuck? Whoa. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, sorry, I had my miner's headlamp. Now. I'm in so much pain. Oh, damn it, I wish they would have given me pills. This is one of those times they should have given me fucking pills. It hurts so fucking bad. Sleeping sucks. I haven't been sleeping right. What? Just kill him. Oh, damn it. Fucking headphones are... Is there more? Oh, God, there's more. What is going on? There's so many dudes in this store. Oh, that was, yeah, he was the boss, huh? Okay, well, save. And then, Okay, sorry about that, guys. Combat's harder now, but I don't mind that. Refined Bridger. Maybe it's an upgrade. Ooh, particle beam shotgun. That's gonna be better than this guy, I think. This guy does 132. Where's the shotgun I'm using? Hand-loaded modified advanced mag pulse. Okay, so the mag pulse is a shotgun. And no, it's... I don't know. I think this thing... Oh no, this thing's much, much better. This epic rifle that's actually a shotgun basically is much better than this shotgun, really. So, unfortunately, but, you know, and yeah, this Bridger was not as good as this Negotiator with 173. This thing's got 322. No, I'm fairly sure that Bridger's better.
Like, not even remotely close. Not even remotely close to what fucking took place. Unless you mean it was an act of domestic terror by ICE. I cannot believe it, dude. Yo, listen. Listen. We're now fucking popping white women, dude. We're now killing white women and the state is justifying it. Like, how can people not understand that the environment has changed so dramatically? This is exactly what Black Lives Matter protesters were protesting about, okay? This is the reason why BLM was at the funeral of white people that were being killed by cops too. Like, there was at least a point in time where, like, the racist people would be like, well, this white person got killed and white people are the only human beings that we recognize as human beings. And I was like, nope, white women can be killed by cops just the same. Turns out it don't matter. Turns out it was like, it wasn't even all lives matter. It was no lives matter, you know? Hasanabi, do you run from a cop with a gun regardless of the country? Do not do that. It's wrong for the agent to shoot. Yes. What is going on with your brains, chatters? What causes you to think
it's fascism? It's infected their brain. It's the actual mind virus. It's power.
Scenario.
They want a situation where they have more power.
And that she was about to blow up the entire state of Minnesota. You know, like, what if she had a gun and she had fired the gun and she was running away after firing the gun? It's like, okay, what if? Do you run from a cop with a gun regardless of the country? Do not do that. It's wrong for the agent to shoot, yes, but also wrong to block the road from agents. Someone just told me to off myself. Shut up. Shut up. Okay? Stop. Stop fucking crying. I need you to stop fucking crying. You come in here, you say some dumb, nonsensical bullshit defending an American citizen getting fucking murdered in broad daylight, and then you cry when people go, shut the fuck up. Yes, it's the internet. You know how many people tell me to kill myself every fucking day? God damn it. Stop fucking crying. Sack up. Man the fuck up, bitch. God damn. You come in here, you say some insane shit, and instantly play the victim. What are we doing? Holy fuck. You're justifying, you're in here trying to play the big dog, being like, well, you know, I'm justifying summary execution in broad daylight. Oh no, someone told me a mean word on the internet. Shut the fuck up. You can't do might is right politics in the chat in an instance where someone like yourself could just as easily been the victim in this situation. And then get offended when people get mad about that and respond to it like that, okay? Holy fuck. I can't stand the fucking soy right. I cannot stand how fucking soy right-wing fascists are. It is unfucking bearable. One day they'll be talking about how, well, we have the biggest dicks, we have the biggest military, we can just murder whoever the fuck we want. The next day they'll be like, yeah, even if like it's an American citizen in our own fucking vehicle getting murdered in broad daylight, I'm still gonna defend that summary execution. Oh no, people are mad at me for saying that this is appropriate. Like, what is happening here? And then they fucking turn around and go, the left is so violent. Why? Because they said, like, they said shut the fuck up and use the spicier language. Is that what it is? Crybullies all around. Jesus Christ. Unfucking bearable. I know I was defending the summary execution of an American citizen in broad daylight in her own goddamn car by an unaccountable...
There's a huge spider on my roof. Or a beetle or something. Ugh. Where's my cell phone? Let's look at him. It's a beetle. He's really big, too. It looks like a spider. It's making me nervous.